Are we gonna do it? All right. We're gonna do it live. We're live. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream where we do it live. I'm slightly early for the later live stream. Sorry about that, by the way. I have a bit of a story and a warning that I may have to get up and run to the bathroom. So what happened? I had to pick up my girlfriend from the airport because she visited some relatives this week. And she got in about 5:30. So I had my events this weekend, of course. Let's see. Let's go over them just quickly. I did... the heck did I do? Oh, Mount Ephraim Senior Housing. That was really good. I couldn't believe how good that was. And then little Joan got her shot on Thursday. Mount Ephraim was Wednesday, and little Joan had to go to the vet to get her shots. Then Friday, I went to the alpaca farm at Unexpected Farm. Unexpected. 5 to 9. That went pretty good. Finally caught some nice weather. And then yesterday, I went to the Cryptid and Paranormal event. 3rd annual. That went really well. And I did a video about that. There was all sorts of Jersey Devil connection and Pine Barrens connection there. And then speaking of that, I went to Lucille's Luncheonette today, where I sold some books, although the weather was kind of crappy. I'm going back in like 2 weeks, I think. And I saw some of the guys from the Cryptid and Paranormal event there. So that was really nice. But I got home around 3:30. So my plan was, I had this chicken. I said, do I go out to eat? I'll save some money. I'll make the chicken. And I had this spaghetti. And I had some broccoli. So I said, let me cook it all together. And I'll put some soy sauce on that. I know it doesn't really go with spaghetti, but it absorbed it pretty well. I had some ginger, but I couldn't find the ginger root. And I put some garlic in there, a little bit of butter and olive oil, and I said, this is going to be good. And you know what? It was pretty damn good. But afterwards, I had realized that I'd used some garlic that probably was a little rotten, or I've used butter that was way too old to be eaten anymore. One or the other, or possibly both. Anyhow, the girlfriend texted me. At first, her plane was delayed, but then it turned out it was going to be on time. So that's why I was a little back and forth with when I was going to do this. And I said, okay, so it's going to be on time. And I looked at the time and said, I should get going. And then I said, maybe I'll go to the bathroom before I leave, just in case I get stuck there for a few hours. And so I went, and boy, did I go. And I realized, oh, man, I had something bad to eat for dinner, because I was on the toilet for a while, like a long while. Not to get too graphic. But then I thought, okay, that's over. Now I'll go to the airport. Arden is here. You're an hour late. I know. I told you. I had to go to the airport. I'm telling the story. So then I drove to the airport, and about halfway to the airport, Arden, I am disappointed. Unsubscribing. That's so unfair. Arden, already too graphic. So about halfway to the airport, I'm like, I think I have to go again. And when you go to the airport in Philadelphia, there is no place to go. All right, unless you want to pay like $50 to park and then spend the next half hour walking into the airport to use a horrible bathroom. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. So I'm like, oh no, I hope this plane's on time. So then Arden is laughing. So then I get to the cell phone lot. So they have a cell phone lot in the Philadelphia airport. And the idea behind the lot is that's where you wait until your person deplanes, as they say, has their bag, and then you pull up, pick them up, and go. Because they don't want anybody hanging out in front of the airport anymore since, that thing that happened in 2011 or 2001. Ardent, yeah, no, pee in public, poo at home. Yeah, exactly. So I get to the cell phone lot and it's a total cluster F. I mean, there are cars everywhere. No one's moving. People are honking. I'm like, what the F happened? And I get out of my car to look and it's just a parking lot full of cars. Like, including, see, there's spaces on either side, and then there's a line down the middle, and that's, when you pull out, you go to the terminal. Well, that's full of cars too. Like, it's all pushed back. So I'm like, damn it, what am I going to do? Now the girlfriend lands, and she says, oh, I'm landing. I'm heading to the thing. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of stuck here, but let me see what I could do. So then there's like a coup in the middle of the cell phone parking lot, and the guys at the end of my end of the lot go, we're going to make a break for it backwards down this exit. Are you with us? And I'm like, okay. So we literally go backwards down an exit to get out of the cell phone lot and then make a left, like totally illegal. But a bunch of us do it to get out of the cell phone lot because it's just stuck. And I managed to get into a line of cars and get back into the airport terminal where I'm waiting for my girlfriend. And I'm like, where are you? And she goes, I'm under the Frontier Airlines sign. And I pull up to Frontier Air and I'm like, perfect. Because I really have to go to the bathroom now. And I'm like, where are you? She's like, I'm right here. And I'm like, I don't see you. And I get out of the car and I'm screaming her name. Nothing. And I get back in the car and she goes, oh, I think that guy gave me bad directions. I'm on the wrong side. She's on the departing flight side. Oh, she has to come back into the terminal and walk. Now, in the Philadelphia airport, they don't let you wait. So I've tried to wait, but the cops like, no, you got to move, sir. Do the loop. I'm like, oh, the loop's all jammed up, but okay. I have no choice. JEC is here. Hi. So I really have to go, and now I have to do the loop. So get back into all the heavy traffic. I had to fight my way through the loop of cars at the airport to eventually get back to Frontier Airlines again, where my girlfriend finally was waiting. Gets in the car, and I'm talking about her trip, but the whole time I'm like, oh man, really got to get home because I can't use her bathroom. That's going to be a no bueno situation. So she's a bit of a neatnik, and I didn't want to do that to her bathroom. Like, it would have destroyed the bathroom. So I'm like, I get her home, and she's tired anyway from the trip and all the stuff that happened. So she's like, oh, I'll see you this week. And so I drop her off, and then I jump in the car, and I'm like, heading home. My stomach's like doing flip-flops. And I'm like, man, I really need something to settle my stomach. And I have nothing at home but vegetables, and that's not going to work. Don't ask why. I have nothing but vegetables. So on the way home, I see that the Summerdale Deli is open. Now, this place is normally not open at 7 o'clock on a Sunday, but I see the lights on, and I'm like, oh, I love this place. They have good snacks. So I said, I can stop. I can make it. Ardent, the relationship has not yet reached the lavatorial terrorism point. Yes. No, I don't want to do that to her. So I'm like, I get out of the car, and the guy's just about to close up, and I'm like, oh, are you open? He's like, yeah, as long as you don't want a sandwich. I'm like, no, I just need a snack. So I go in there and end up grabbing a little pie. It's a little eclair pie with chocolate on it because I really needed some chocolate. I know this isn't really good for your stomach, but I somehow have convinced myself this is going to help my stomach. So I grabbed the pie, I paid for it, hop back in the car, barrel all the way home, run through the door, run into the bathroom, totally make it. Right? Bathroom, and I'm like, now I can do the live stream. And then I eat the pie. But that doesn't help. And before I got on this stream, had to hit the bathroom again. So that's how bad my meal was. Either it was the garlic or the butter. It was bad. No bueno. And now we're here. Right, Joan? Right, Joan? So yeah. So that was my week. and that was my weekend. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry I'm late, but that's why I was late. Hopefully I won't have to interrupt the stream and subject you to Jones racism. But was a lot happened this week in the news, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point. But first, the important thing is movies, right, Joan? Right? I know I don't smell too good right now, Joan. I don't smell that great. You probably know. All right, looking at the box office. Number one for the third week in a row. I think this is the third week. I think last week it was number one. Let's just double check that. Yeah, number one last week, number one this week. It is Lilo and Stitch. Wow, $32 million. JC, are they burning down LA again? Yes. Yes, they are. This time, it is, as Dr. James Lindsay has explained, critical immigration theory. Ardent, we like Jones' racism, though. It's her opinions on eugenics and religion that are problematic. No, her racism does not stand. Not in here. Not in here, Joan. Take it outside. So, yes, they are burning down L.A. due to critical immigration theory. And that's what Maxine Waters is pushing. That's her latest thing. She thinks that Trump needs to give all the rioters citizenship. Yeah, they sound like great citizens, don't they? Hey, I just burned down a Wendy's. Oh, well, here you go. Have citizenship. Welcome to our country. What are you going to do now? Oh, burn down some more Wendy's. Oh, great. Yeah. So, Trump is sending 2,000 National Guard troops to lock down things. And I think he should. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Let the city burn? I know that's the plan that Governor Newsom has. And Mayor Bass. They would both love to see the city burn to the ground so they could rebuild it as a smart city where everybody would need a Chinese-style social credit score app on their phone to get around anywhere. And they could monitor everyone and monitor their movements and monitor their shopping habits and monitor everything they do. And then punish them if they didn't do and think all the right things. See, that's what they really want. Ardent, I have an alternative option. Offer Canadian citizenship in return for helping restore order. I would love that alternative. Right now, your best shot at citizenship here is to move to South Africa and then escape there. Because that seems to be the place to get citizenship here from right now. But, yeah, I mean, here's the weird thing about the protesters. They're protesting the ICE agents and immigration while holding Mexican flags. This isn't Mexico. I know LA seems like Mexico, but it's not. So if you really love Mexico, you don't have to go far to be there. You could be in Mexico from LA on the same day. That's no problem. Just travel south, and when you hear a lot of Spanish, then you're probably there. When there's nothing about, when there's real taco stands, you're there. When you see guys in sombreros and mariachi bands, you're there. You'll be home. Why don't you just go home? I don't understand. Why would you come here and complain about this country and say Mexico's the best? And then when people try to deport you, go, oh my God, you're deporting me to Mexico? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If Mexico is awesome, go to Mexico. If that's what you think. JC, or give Trump $1 million for a gold card. Well, yeah, you could do that. Ardent, saw some Salvadorian flags too. Yeah, I mean, you could go back there. Kilmar Albrego Garcia, however, is back here, and he's going to prison for a long, long time. I think he was better off in prison in his own country, but okay, I guess prison here. And then you know what'll happen. Eventually, he'll get released, and then he'll get deported. Because that's what happens when you go to prison in the United States and you're not a citizen here. You do your time, and then the moment you're done your time, they send you home forever. Because now you're a convicted felon. Now they definitely don't want you back. They put you on the big list. Ardent, LOL, if I had gold card money, I'd already be in the States. Clint Miller's here. Hello, all. How's it going? Ardent says, hey. It's going okay, unless you live in L.A., the other coast. They tried to turn New Jersey into the California of the East Coast. That did not work. JEC, El Salvador prisons are a million times worse than U.S. jails. Yes, they are. Well, yes and no. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. They are. You're never getting out. They're not going to let any of the gang members out. However, they could be very safe, I would say, in that it's probably hard to kill someone in a Salvadoran jail, because they probably don't have a lot of free time, and they probably don't have any kind of way to get shivs and stuff like that. It's very they work the system in such a way that you can't get anything. I mean, they do that here too, but there's so many laxes and reward systems for the prisoners here that eventually something slips, or there's old style prisons here as well. I'm sure there's ones in El Salvador, but not that max prison. They got nothing. Those guys have nothing. They don't have TV in those El Salvadoran prisons. They don't have knives. They don't have nothing. They're not going to break off a piece of a plate or a spring. They see somebody start making a tool, they're going to break their fingers and take it away from them down there. So, yeah, I would say it really, really must suck to be in a El Salvadoran prison. But in some respects, a little safer than some of the prisons here, I would say. Some. Under certain circumstances. But I wouldn't want to be in either one. JEC, they lock 50 people to a room and you're not allowed to move or talk, only allowed outside for 30 minutes a day. Yeah, it sucks. But you probably won't get stabbed, is my point. I mean, there's probably not prison gangs. Probably not. Or it's probably really hard to organize them if there are. Not sure how you would run a prison gang under those conditions. I mean, I guess 50 guys to a room. You know what's happening in that room. Must stink. Ardent, probably less grapey in El Salvador. Maybe. I mean, if it's 50 guys to a room and they just leave them in there, they probably got nothing else better to do than to do that. So, depends on how you look at it, I guess. But then again, they probably don't have any exercise equipment, so they're only going to be so strong. I mean, some of the guys in our prison system, man, they're just working out constantly, and they're just super, super strong. You see them, and they're just all muscled up, man. Whew. Ardent, LOL, being in a gang gets you in jail in El Salvador. Yeah. So they're already, I guess everybody's in a gang who's in that jail. But maybe there's subgroups of the gang. Maybe there has to be. Right? Like the gang's so big, then, it becomes, what's that word? When it becomes like an institution, like it becomes big and corrupt even within a gang. So then there's like gangs within the gang. You in MS-13? Yeah, man, but it's become corrupt. Now I'm in MS-1313. Yeah, we're We're even more ruthless than the 13s. So you're a gang within a gang. Yeah. Yeah. One day we're going to take over. That's the way it works. Aren't it? Subdivided? I was going to say ossified. I think that's the word. Like, it's when a system gets so big it just gets corrupt and then it can't function normally. JC, like NWO Hollywood and NWO Wolfpack wrestling federations, yo. Something like that. I mean, they're kind of like wrestlers when you think about it. You know, unless they get those shivs. That's pretty much all they'll be able to do is wrestle and punch each other, I guess. That must be there must be a lot of Fight Club stuff going on in these places, right? Out of sheer boredom. Sheer boredom. I mean, you're stuck in a room with 50 dudes all day, except for 30 minutes. You must be like, all right, punch me in the face, man. Why? I'm just so bored. Punch me in the face. Indie Phantom is here. Ballerina is another girl boss fail. Yeah, it looks that way. Number 2, premiering at number 2. The John Wick thing is played out, I think. Ardent at JC. LOL, been watching the Lotus Eaters Dankula wrestling threads? Yeah, is that happening? It didn't happen yet, I don't think, but is it happening? Clint Miller. I'm a bit surprised that MS-13 didn't go all Sandinista on the Bukele administration. Is that how you say that, Bukele? I think so. Maybe they weren't all that strong. It only took political will to end their reign of terror. Well, they're pretty much a street gang. You know? I believe the 13 refers to a street, doesn't it? I forget what the MS stands for. So really, you know, criminal organizations, they usually aren't that political. The very early ones sometimes are. Indie Phantom, Karen Bass defends LA rioters. Well, of course, she's a Marxist. She loves it. She wants to see the entire... My take on her is this. She wants to see the entire city destroyed so she can go to the globalist and say, oh my God, the city's been destroyed. My government won't help me. Oh, globalist, will you come and rebuild everything for free? And then they'll impose a credit system, a social credit system, so she could be in charge of it, which she won't be because she's a Marxist and she doesn't know how to run anything. She only knows how to tear things down. Somebody else will step in, though, and take her spot. But that's what I believe they tried to do with the Palisades fire and the Hawaiian fire. I think they want to build a smart city, which really means a city under rule of these globalist asshats who will monitor you and everything you do and everything you say. They'll monitor your carbon intake, you know. Oh, you're using too much carbon. No, you can't go. You can't drive to your sister's a half hour away. That's too far. You've used too much carbon this week. Oh, you said a naughty word. You said a naughty word for gay people. We're not letting you park in the close lot. You have to park in the far lot now. You know, stupid stuff like that. They want to run everything because they're Marxist. But she's an early Marxist, meaning she doesn't know anything other than to destroy everything. And then they'll get rid of her and then put somebody in place who will really do some damage. She should be removed from power and never be elected to anything ever again. She shouldn't be allowed to do anything other than, you know, work at a gas station or coffee shop or something. No offense to gas station workers or coffee shop workers. Ardent at Clint Miller. One of the first things Bukele did was get rid of the corrupt politicians that would have empowered them. JC, I watch Lotus Eaters, never watched Dankula. Oh, he's fun. He's a Scottish comedian, and he does a series called Mad Lads, where he'll talk about some crazy dude who did some stuff. Sometimes it'll be a brutal dictator. Sometimes it'll just be a weird guy who, like the guy who built the Killdozer. I think that was one of them. Anybody who's like kind of crazy. Ardent, no, I think it's a no-go because of Sargon saying no. Pansy. Well, in his defense, it is kind of a busy time for the Odysee. There's a lot of politics going on in the UK now. Can't even keep up with it. The Starma admin is falling to pieces. They are royally effed. So is the whole country, unfortunately. I feel bad for the guys in the UK. I don't know what's going to happen to them. Indie Phantom, didn't John Wick die in the last flick? Let it end. I don't know. I didn't see it. But I believe he makes an appearance in this one because it takes place before the events. Something like that. I don't know. They just keep milking it. Ardent at JEC, more of a Twitter X thing. JEC, they arrested like 70,000 members in a single day. That was in El Salvador, yes. Carter Chain is here. Hello, all. Hello. Ardent says hello. JC at Ardor. I don't use Twitter, LOL. JC, I watched New Japan Wrestling, though. Clint Miller, Harry Robinson is all in on the L.E. Dankula wrestling thing. Of course, Harry is like 6'5". Ardent, LOL, I should watch some of that. Love the high flyer stuff. Ardent at Clint, I did a video on Friday pushing it too, stirring the pot in my little way. Indie Phantom, how the hell did Ballerina cost 90 mil? Well, it's probably got a lot of effects in it, with the shooting and all the stuntmen that got hurt throwing themselves around so tiny little Anna de Armas can throw them around the room. She's a smoke show, though. If she was naked in it, I think it would do better. Ardent at JEC, check out Dankula's vid on Mad Jack Churchill, Christopher Lee, and Marvin Heemeyer. Clint Miller, Ardent, I should follow you more. JEC, UK's PM house just got burned down by male prostitutes. Man, really? Did that really happen? Jesus. What? Do you have a link to a story or something? Because I'll examine that story. The UK's PM house just got burned down by male prostitutes. Oh, wow. I know that one of Idaho's reps, his townhouse got burned down for some reason. No, I'm not sure what I don't think it was male prostitutes burning it down. Ardent at Clint Miller, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, Gab, Getter, and soon Twitch and Kick. Pick your poison. Yeah, I think Rumble will be the one to go to. I tried to do a Rumble live stream 2 or 3 days ago. It's gotten a lot better. Now the new problem is I tried to tie it into YouTube. I don't know if I couldn't find it didn't work. But I'm going to try it again. Clint Miller, gack. But the Rumble interface is a lot smoother now. Now OBS won't work with Rumble because they're woke, as it turns out. Great. Thanks a lot, OBS. JEC. Yeah, not this current residence, but it would have been where he entertained the male prostitutes when they were 17. Oh, weird. Lotus Eaters did a segment about it. Ardent, I'm in the shed right now. Will Link hunt when I get back in the house? Was it 10 Downing Street, JEC? No, that's the other kind of prostitutes. All right. So, yeah, the John Wick movie, Ballerina, from the world of John Wick. First, you started it with that. Ardent, OBS worked fine with Rumble for me yesterday. It did? On a live stream? Because, I load up to Rumble, but I tried to do the live stream with Rumble and I couldn't figure it out. Indie Phantom, Rumble works great and you can stream movies without copyright issues. Well, that's good. So it looks like Ballerina made 51 million, and it did take 90 million to make it. So will this make its money? Well, it's definitely will break even for the budget. They put a lot of money into the advertising of this one. I mean, I've been seeing ads for this thing for a while. So I don't know. Next week you're looking at 75. Probably be even by next week if you add it in the rest of the week. I don't think it makes another 90 million, but it'll be close. Ballet doesn't scream action to me. Well, it's girl action, meaning it's like, it's. I'll tell you, the girl who was Hit Girl. What's her face? I never remember her name because it's a complicated name. Chloe Moritz or someone. When she was little, she was really good. I mean, her moves were pretty good. Now, I chalk that up because of her small stature and low center of gravity. But, wow, she was just really fast. Ana de Armas looks like an actress who, you know, she had some training, but she doesn't look great. She just doesn't look menacing to me. You know, like if every henchman was looking at her like, hey, there's some hot chick coming this way with a gun. Oh, boom. Then I would then I would believe it. Not like, oh, I would kill ballerina. Oh, she has a superior swordsman and gunman in every way. Oh no. Yeah, it just doesn't work for me. Maybe it's because she's too hot. Ardent, yeah, my game stream, just avoid the static key. Gondor the dynamic instead. I have no idea. Oh. Go for that was a weird autocorrect. Yeah. Gondor. I'm like, what? So let me reread your sentence. Yeah, my game stream, just avoid the static key. Go for the dynamic instead. Okay. I'll try it again this week sometime. JC, you should do a stream going over box office, then watch a movie over Rumble. Your regulars would follow you over there. You could do that on Rumble and get away with it? They're gonna shut that down eventually. You know, they used to do that on YouTube. You used to be able to do it on YouTube. All those videos are long gone. They'll never let you keep it up there. Ardent, this is true. Ardent, Chloe Grace Moretz was a good as Hit Girl in Kick-Ass. Yeah, her moves were really good. Indie Phantom, Anna was one of the free pizza chicks who did Keanu in Knock Knock. Think you see boob age in it hot. Oh, boobage in it hot. Nice. Clint Miller, I need one of those darn red Piney Power hats. Working on it. Did anyone go to the t-shirt store I built last week? I would really like some feedback. JC, Matthew Vaughn directed Kick-Ass. He's really good at directing action. That's why Hit Girl worked. Movie night on Rumble would be fun. All right, I'm gonna play around with it again this week because I gotta watch. What do I have to watch for next week? Oh crap! I have to watch a movie for. I'm doing another podcast with the American Werewolf. I forget what movie he told me to watch, but it's on Tubi, so I can watch it for nothing. So I'm planning on watching it at some point, and I got to mark my calendar. So yeah, that could all work out great. I could do a stream. I could watch the movie. Ardent, I did. Site looks good. I'm thinking about switching my merch store to Fourth Wall. You think it looks good? Okay. I was a little worried about the layout. I didn't quite get the layout, but did you look at it on your phone or on a PC? Indie Phantom, yeah, I have been following lots of Rumble channels that stream movies for years. They're still up there. I watch constantly. Oh, okay. I guess we could do funner stuff on Rumble then. I guess I can't re-stream it onto YouTube, but All right. I'll figure it out. So much stuff to figure out. Why can't technology ardent PC? Oh, you saw it on the PC. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Well, I'm going to open the t-shirt store soon then. I got to do that this week too. And I got to work on the hat. I really want a good hat. The hat thing has been bugging me for a while, Clint. I want a good Piney Power hat. For myself. I wanted to have one made. I had one made for a character I did called The Fix. And I had it specially made, but it cost me a lot of money. And I wanted to make one that was relatively affordable so other people could buy it. And and wear it at shows and stuff, because my camo hat is getting a little ripe, if you know what I'm saying. Should probably wash it. JC, do the first hour of your show on here, then go to Rumble for the movie. Oh, that's a good idea. You guys got lots of good ideas tonight. Indie Phantom, some start on YouTube and then switch to Rumble for the movie content. All right. That sounds like a lot of technology that I probably will F up, but I'll see if I can figure it out. Indie Phantom, they even allow boobs on Rumble. It's amazing. Really? I have yet to see a boob on Rumble. Of course, I watch a lot of political stuff on Rumble. I watch Steven Crowder there. I've yet to see a boob. Huh. Boobs on Rumble, Joan. Boobs. You don't care. You're a dog. All right. Movie number 3 is Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. $15 million. Drops from 2 to 3. There's no way this thing makes its money back. Well, it's at 450, so it made its budget back. I don't think this thing makes money though. They've been How long have they been advertising this movie? A year? Feels like more. JC, Crowder is a boob. Ha! Alex Ogle is here. Wow, that's early. Oh, right, we started late. Evening, hateful ones. I watched 3 Sinbad movies, 1958, 1973, and 1977. 1977. He must have been smoking in that one and doing coke. Tom Baker was excellent as the evil wizard in the second one, and Patrick Troughton, another Doctor Who, played in the third. Oh, neat. Neat. I did not know that. You never realized those guys were in other things. Ardent. Arson arrest, UK PM owned residence. Okay, let's take a look at this. Man arrested for arson at UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's private home. Police arrested a 21-year-old man Tuesday on suspicion of starting fires at Keir Starmer's private house and another property at a car connected to the politician. Jesus. Things are completely out of control in that country. The Met Police force, useless. The word useless should come after every time you say Met Police. It should say the Metropolitan Police, in parentheses next to it, useless, said the suspect was detained on suspicion of arson. Yeah, and then they gave him a party and sent him home with the intent to endanger life. You have the dumbest laws in the UK. The intent to endanger life. That's called attempted murder. An early morning fire Monday damaged the door of the house where Starmer and his family lived before he was elected to lead the country. Where's the male prostitutes? Counter-terrorism detectives who are leading the investigation, because it involves the Prime Minister, are also looking at connections between a car fire Thursday near Starmer's house and a fire on Sunday outside North London House, converted apartments that he has a connection to. Somebody's got it out for your PM. And not that anyone cares. A key line of inquiry, spelled with an E, is whether the fires are linked due to 2 premises and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no S. No S. Starmer moved in with his family to the Prime Minister's... Oh, okay, he moved to Downing Street residence after taking office, so he doesn't live there. I see nothing about male prostitutes, though. Starmer's house has attracted protesters in the past. 3 pro-Palestinian activists were arrested and charged with public order offenses. Blah, blah, blah. No one should face these sorts of threats, let alone people in public service. It's an attack on our democracy and must never be tolerated, or unless they're a person of color or someone from our party or the labor movement is extremely left and is possibly trans or gay. Well, then it's mostly peaceful. Okay, I have to get back. Oh, I missed all the chats because I was goofing around. Ardent at Alex Ogle. Hail, fellow bigoted person. Indie Phantom. Final Reckoning is a girl boss flick featuring an aged Tom Cruise. No, it's not. He's not a girl. Or is someone else bossing him around in that? Alex Ogle. Then this morning, I watched Conan the Barbarian and then Dragon Slayer. I think that's the only role Peter McNichol has had the hero and not the weak male villain. Indie Phantom. UK is a joke. It really is. It's sad. Sargon did a video, I guess it was last week, just walking around one of his old neighborhoods, and it got me depressed, and I'd never been there, but he was saying how, it reminded me of an 80s, like, not a mall, but like, these days we have these outside malls where there'll be stores on either side and a big walking area in between where you can't drive cars. So it was kind of like that, but it was from the 80s, clearly. But it was all dilapidated, and it was full of like off-track betting, pawn shops. In New Jersey, it would also have liquor stores and lotto places, but there it had Turkish barber shops is a thing where the Turks, they either go to get their hair cut, or it's all like just a front for Turks to like hang out in and I guess buy and sell drugs and be up to no good. But man, it looked dilapidated as F. Alex Ogle. Keir Starmer has had nothing to do with Ukrainian rent boys, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Oh, okay. Ardent. LOL. Half the country has it out for Starmer. Alex. Despite the fact they know where he lives and what his former cars were. JC. The guy worked as in a modeling agency, quote unquote, one that will send the male models to your house late at night, for when you need some modeling done at your house late at night. Look, I've had that problem. Sometimes you just need a hot chick to show up at your house late at night so you could draw pictures of her or maybe take photos for your comic book. Haven't you guys done that? Ardent. Oh no, not our democracy. Now don't throw out democracy with the bathwater. Ardent at Alex Ogle. The Arnie Conan? Alex Ogle at Ardent. Yes. Ardent. Nice. Ardent. Wish they had made the third film in the trilogy, Conan the King. Yeah, they always referred to it in the other movies. Clint Miller. At my age, the best I can do is remodeling. Clint. That was a good one. Indie Phantom. Final Reckoning literally has Angela Bassett as Kamala Harris stand-in, a Hillary Clinton character as Eskimo woman boss, and more women on the team than men. Oh, geez. JC. I've had female models over late at night, sure, and then I had sex with her. You're not supposed to say that last part. That last part's illegal. Or maybe not in Canada. I don't know. JEC. Conan the Destroyer was garbage, though. That's sad to hear about the Tom Cruise movie, but I wasn't going to go see it. I mean, again, the Mission Impossible movie started out way bad. I don't know how they managed to make 8. I mean, through sheer force of will, Tom Cruise insisted it be a franchise, and that was really before the franchise thing hit. He's kind of ahead of his time when you think about it, Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise. Ardent, remember kids, we don't pay for hoes for sex. We pay them to leave. What's that South Park song? I can't think of it. Chef sung a song about that. All right, number 4 is Karate Kid's Legends. Second week dropped 57%. Not looking too good. Not too good. It didn't start out particularly strong. 8.7 million. This thing, what did it cost? We have a budget on this. Oh, it's not too bad. 45 million. It's already at 74, so this will probably do okay. So, look, kids, this is how you make money in movies. Don't spend $200 million. Step 1, how to make a few $1,000,000. Step 1, don't spend too much money. I mean, it's pretty simple. They could have spent easily $100 million on this movie. They could have. They could have had every scene take place in a different country and, you know, fly them around for tournaments and have them fight on the Great Wall of China or something. I don't know. They could have, believe me, if they could have made this more money, they could have. They would have. But they didn't. They made it for $45 million. It's already at $74 million. This will make its money. This is money. I hereby declare it money. It made 8.7 million this month, which means, or this week, which means next week it's probably going to make at least 4 or 5 million. It'll make another 4 or 5 million overseas. That's 10 million right there. That puts you at 84. You count the rest of the week. That's 90. That's double its budget. That's break even. Everything after that will be gravy. And they probably didn't spend 45 million advertising that movie, because I saw some ads, but I didn't see as many as Mission Impossible and the ballerina movie. Like, I was already sick of the ballerina movie and the damn Mission Impossible movie just because of so many effing ads. But the Karate Kid movie, up until about 3 weeks ago, I thought, maybe this will be halfway decent. Cobra Kai was pretty good, so maybe it'll be good. But then the reviews came in, and now we know. JC, Tom Cruise sold his soul to Xenu for Mission Impossible to be a 20-year franchise. I didn't know Xenu made those kinds of deals. JC, how to make $1 million. Step 1, start with $2 million. Yeah. $2 million in a Hollywood film. That's what in Hollywood, step 1 is don't use your own money. Ever. Number 5 is Final Destination Bloodlines. This is in its 4th week. Did 6.5 million. This movie's going places. This did super well for what it cost. It only cost $50 million. It's at $250 million. That's how you make a movie, kids. You're going to see a lot of these. Oh, yeah. You're going to see like at least 2 more of these movies. At least. Probably more. And each time they make them, I bet the budget goes down another 10 million. If they're smart, that's what'll happen. That's what they used to do. They would make a movie for 50 million, and then the next movie they'd be like, okay, you don't get a dime over 40 million for this one because you're going to make less. And then the next movie would be like, okay, you make a third one, but you get 30 million, and so forth. Zebek's Demise is here. Good evening, everyone. Clint Miller says hello. So yeah, this is how you make a movie. I got to hand it to him. And I got to say, again, it's the only Final Destination movie that looked even halfway interesting. Ardent at Zebek's Demise. Salute to you. Number 6. In its 2nd week, The Phoenician Scheme. Now, you can't really tell how much money it made in its 2nd week because they only released it in a handful of theaters last week. So it's actually way up proportionately, but that doesn't mean anything. Now it's in 1,600 theaters. Last week it was only in 6. But it made 6.2 million. I mean, it's an art house movie. It did really well for its short release, though, last weekend. I still kind of want to see it, but I like Wes Anderson. I'm still hoping he could pull something together like the Royal Tenenbaums again. This has that potential. It centers around a quirky family. All his movies are quirky. I think the family movies work probably better because of the familiar ties, kind of makes the characters, on the one hand, it ties them all in together. On the other hand, when he does these weird, quirky characters and they don't have that familiar bond, it makes it seem like a lot of randos get together. Whereas if there's family involved, they're kind of stuck with each other. So you can kind of see characters who are weird sticking it out because it's your brother or your sister or your parents or whatever. JC, did Joan just cough or did she say the N-word again? Hard to tell. No, that was a cough. Right, Joan? Joan is very, very lazy, aren't you, Joan? You're a lazy dog, yes you are. Lazy dog didn't want to climb up a step today. Just waited for me to pick her up. Either that or you're getting old, Joan. Step was too much? I don't know. Joan's getting up there. 10 years old this year. 10 years old. So the Phoenician scheme probably, I'm going to guess, probably won't make its money. Just because, we don't have a budget on it. Oh, it did better overseas, 11 million. So it's at 18 million. I don't know what this thing cost. If I had to guess, I'll ballpark it at 30-ish. I mean, that's all I would give Wes Anderson. About 30 million should be more than enough. 40 million, maybe? This thing cost 100 million. They're crazy. JC, I guess it was a cough. The stream is still up. Yeah. There you go. Alex Ogle, I enjoyed Grand Budapest Hotel, so I hope Phoenician is good. Yeah, I like that one too. Yeah. I guess the Royal Tenenbaums is my favorite. Didn't he do Rushmore too? I really like Rushmore. Zebek's Demise. Hard for old dogs to break old habits. Yes, you're cutie, Joan. You're such a cutie. Number 7, dropping from 5, is Bring Her Back in its second week. Drops by exactly 50%. 3.7 or 3.5 million. Clint Miller, Don't I Know It? So this is an A24 horror movie, so I bet it doesn't cost all that much. 14 million in the States, 1 million overseas, so it's only at 15 million, but it only costs 17.5 million. So yeah, this should probably squeak to at least break even, if not make some money. This is the second week. So next week is 1 million. I don't know. It might be tough. Depends on how much money they spent on advertising. It's kind of hard to tell with a movie that small in A24. They kind of just crank them out and throw them out there. So I don't think, the formula for doubling the budget, that might work for a big budget film. I kind of don't think it would work for A24. I don't think they put that kind of marketing behind their product. I just don't think they have enough money to do that. You spend 17 million on a film and then you're going to spend another 17 million to advertise it? It seems like too much. Zebek's Demise. Yeah, he did Rushmore. Yeah, I like that one. Number 8. Dan to Dan, Evil Eye. This is an anime movie, I believe. Yep. And probably have no idea how much it cost. No. But it made $3 million in the theaters. So there you go, weebs. You got your movie. Alex Ogle, click the like button, everyone. 8 watching and only 2 thumbs up. Well, Joan, you shouldn't have insulted everyone. See, you ruined everything again. Indie Phantom, A24 is kind of becoming smaller and smaller. Well, they had a few hits. I mean, but they have made a lot of movies. So, and a lot of them I don't think made money. They'll probably get bought up. You know what would be smart? If Disney was smart, or Warner Brothers even. One of those 2 studios would buy A24 and their entire catalog and, you know, use their movies to their advantage. I'm not sure. Maybe they might be under one of those already in some capacity, but Jones leaving. All right, Jones got to go. But that would be a good purchase, especially for someone like Disney that needs, I don't know, anything other than a Disney movie. Indie Phantom, Wes Anderson sucks in my opinion. Recent movies are the receipts. Well, it's hard to argue with that. I mean, the Grand Budapest I like, but Indie Phantom, Disney smart? I am confused. Yeah, no, I was just, speculating. It's like, what if? If it didn't suck and wasn't produced by Disney. But yeah, Grand Budapest was pretty good. Number 9, dropping from 6, is Sinners, so that's still doing 2.9 million in its 8th week. That's pretty good. I still want to see this film. I think it's already on Prime, though. So I think I may end up just saying F it and watching it at home, but I'm kind of psyched for it because I hear good things. JC, I haven't seen Wes Anderson's last 2 films. I heard mixed things. I like the rest of his films. Yeah, I wanted the Asteroid City to do well, and it didn't. And I still kind of want to see it. I like the way they look. And I like the pacing. Because I don't... Like, in a Wes Anderson movie, there's enough to hold my interest, and I don't feel like I'm being rushed along so that I don't think about the plot too much. He's got a plan, even if I don't always agree with that plan or think the plot is all that great. At least I feel like I can enjoy the film without being like pushed through. Now, in some movies I want that sort of feeling, but a lot of movies just do that so you don't think too much about what's happening, I feel. Alex Ogle, difficult to know whether Ralph Fiennes made Grand Budapest Hotel. He was excellent in The Menu too. Anderson gets great cast in his film. Yeah, people like to work with him, I think. I did like The Menu a lot. That was pretty good. Thunderbolts drops to 10 from 7. 2.5 million in its 6th week. So this is on track to lose 100 million for Disney, looks like. I'm not sure. There's conflicting reports about what the budget actually was. It says here 180. So if this is to be believed, and then they spent another 180 advertising it, they should be mildly in profit. I don't know. I feel like this probably broke even for them. I mean, spending, $400 million to make 16 isn't exactly a good business model, but I want to say it's not going to lose money for him, but that's what everybody's saying. Everybody's saying that movie lost 100 million for Disney and it's another flop. I mean, I think creatively it's a flop because I think it just should have never been greenlit to begin with. Although some people say it's not too bad to watch, it's pretty watchable. Alex Ogle, notice the pacing of modern films with Conan and Dragon Slayer. The opening to both films was sparse in dialogue. If they were made today, they'd be packed with stupid chatter. Red Letter Media had a hilarious analysis of Ghostbusters 2016 and its relentless prattle. Here's a theory. Is the relentless prattle the result of more women being in the production? Because you would think that a more female touch would mean more blah, 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 blah. And I'm not saying that to be sexist pig, but really, seriously. I mean, a lot of the comedy, quote unquote, in Marvel comes off as female comedy. Like, it's only funny to, like, it's really bad observational humor about stuff that's super specific and that no one cares about, and usually has to do with your looks or food or something really, really petty and stupid. So, for instance, there was a recent highlight on X. You know, people do this every once in a while. How far Marvel has fallen. And the scene was the Thing from the Fantastic Four. I believe it was him. Or was it the Hulk? I think it was... No, maybe it was the Hulk. I forget. One of those. And he picks up Storm by her hair. And the reason he's doing that, you didn't see the previous panel, but apparently he asked her if her hair was real or a weave. And so to prove it, Storm insisted on the character picking her up by her hair. Now, like, I don't think that sequence could be written by a man. Possibly a manlet or a male feminist. But I could see women finding that hilarious, or some women finding that hilarious, or, like, if not hilarious, like, oh, that's interesting, yeah, keep that. But I just thought, like, that's a weird take for Storm. The Storm I remember would not care one whit about something like that. If someone said, are you wearing a weave? She wouldn't even address them. She would just like be on her way, and like not, and that the Hulk or the Thing, either one of them, would ask her that is also completely out of character. Like, that's just not something they would ask or care about. Especially the Hulk. I want to say it was the Hulk. It was on X. And it's like, it's so out of character for both of them. Both of them. It would be out of character for every version of the Hulk. Like, Joe Fixit wouldn't say it. Smart Banner wouldn't say it. Dumb Hulk wouldn't say it. So, I guess Gay Hulk said it, because that's what's at Marvel now. Alex Ogle. There was a great video of a chap stood next to his girl. I found a challenge that a woman can't do. I saw this. He stands quietly. She copies until she has to talk to ask if she's doing it right. Yep, I've seen that one. Then she chats constantly to confirm that what the task is and whether she's doing it right while he stands there and smiles. I know. It's hilarious. I laughed. A few guys did that one. And like everyone I saw, the girl just can't figure it out. Like, what are you doing? Is it with your hands? Am I standing right? Am I doing it like this? Come on, what are you doing? And he's just standing there like this. JC, Ben Grimm wouldn't know what a weave is. Yeah, it just, none of it made sense. It just sounded like it came out of, the girl's bullpen. or somebody completely disconnected from these characters. So, as if they were playing with, action figures and then needed to come up with some dialogue in between them to fill in something. Next up, premiering at 11, Dangerous Animals from IFC Films, 1.5 million. This movie looks friggin' awful. And I mean that not in the quality, but in that it looks horrific, because the premise is it's about a dude who kidnaps people on the high seas and then chains them up and eventually kills them, but he sells their organs on the black market, and then he throws their bodies to the sharks. It's like friggin' psycho, man. Very psycho. Number 12 is Friendship. I kind of would see Friendship when it's on like streaming in its 5th week. Still at $1 million though. Number 9, The Last Rodeo from Angel Studios. Still at $1 million. Number 14, Dogma Resurrected, 25th anniversary celebration. Didn't even crack $1 million. $978,000. Let's see if this thing made its money. I assume it did. $44 million. And the budget was $10 million. Yeah, this was, 25 years ago. That's not bad. That's not bad, Kevin Smith. He's making a sequel to this, by the way. Allegedly, Dogma 2. Ardent, oof. I didn't see this movie. By this time, the whole Kevin Smith thing was kind of wearing thin on me, and I stopped watching his movies. And I'm also not a religious guy, so it just irritates me when Hollywood guys do religious things, because it just doesn't ring as genuine to me. So I assume Kevin will get everyone back together, and him and Jason Mewes will trot out Jay and Silent Bob one more time. Indie Phantom, Dangerous Animals looks awesome. Slasher uses shark cages on victims. Will check. Dogma is not good. Yeah, it just didn't look good to me. Ardent, Dogma 2, the angels are back and they're gay, I assume. JC, it's just a re-release. Dogma was okay at the time. Probably cringe as F if you watched it today. Indie Phantom, aka, is Morissette as God? No. Oh yeah, Alanis Morissette was God, right? Was that the joke in the movie? And wasn't George Carlin Christ? Wasn't he Buddy Christ in that? So they can't get him back. I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, that was the rumor. I don't know how. Maybe it's not real, but that's what Kevin Smith was saying. Maybe he was just throwing that out there. But it seems too late to do a sequel. Seems like that should have been done 20 years ago. JC, Carlin was an angel, I think. Ardent, I'll only watch Dogma 2 if Smith manages to get Salma Hayek pole dancing again. Ooh, that could be good. I don't know. Kevin is just, after the He-Man thing, really soured on him. Like, after, I started to get not too into his films after Dogma, but Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back was actually, I thought it was pretty funny for the most part, and I thought, okay, this would be a good way to end Jay and Silent Bob, but it didn't end, of course. It just keeps going. But I kind of understand, like, it's his shtick, and none of the other stuff really works for him. Like he's tried a bunch of other movies and they've just imploded. JC, Kevin Smith probably has a script. I don't think Hollywood is returning his calls at this point. I don't know. Ardent, Carlin was the Monsignor. Oh. Indie Phantom, Smith is just vegan hipster now. Yeah, I don't know. He just, I feel like he directed this pilot for a show called Reaper. And I talk about this all the time because I watched the first episode and I really liked it. And then that was it. He was done after that first episode. And then the show wasn't any good. I didn't like it after that. And it was like, oh, why didn't he stay on the show? Like he seemed to be good at that. And it wasn't his script. So I was like, yeah, he needs script writers. And then he could direct other people's stuff. I don't think he's the strongest when he direct. I mean, like Clerks was okay. You know, it was a good first time movie. You were willing to forgive a lot of stuff for it. It had a lot of funny bits. He probably worked on it forever. And even some of the later stuff was, you know, okay. And, you know, he's had some hits in between, but it's like, he doesn't seem to do, like, he does a lot of original stuff, but a lot of his stuff outside of, say, like, out of all his movies, I would say, like, maybe 5 of them are pretty good. I like them. And then the rest, I'm kind of like, meh. JC, Kevin Smith is a better writer than he is a director, and his style of writing went out of fashion 25 years ago. I don't know. I don't think he's a good writer. I mean, Chasing Amy just went off the rails. And that, to me, was not the fault of his direction. Because the first half of that movie's pretty good. And you're like, oh, we're in for a good time. And then he just, like, goes off. Like, that movie ended like Stephen King's It. Like, what the F is happening now? Oh, my God. Why did you insert this bizarre sexual stuff in a comedy movie like this and try to make it serious? Like, why? Indie Phantom. He didn't write Cop Out. Ooh. Well, Cop Out had a lot of problems. I heard stories from the set of Cop Out. I mean, I wasn't on it or anything, but I heard stories at the time that I don't know who was blaming who. I know that they said Bruce Willis was difficult to work with, but I strongly suspect he was starting to have problems cognitively and then was, you know, he didn't know he was forgetting stuff. But then on top of that, Kevin Smith probably wasn't used to working with a guy like him. JC, Mallrats is my favorite Kevin Smith movie. Huh. I don't like that one. That's one I don't like. I kind of like parts of it, but Indie Phantom, Chasing Amy gets cringe. Clerks 1 is my fave. Yeah, I like Clerks 1. I like the beginning of Chasing Amy. But then it just goes whoosh. JC, Chasing Amy is so cringe to watch today. A guy in his 20s who probably hadn't seen P since he was born trying to write a movie about lesbians. Yeah, I like the first Clerks. Maybe the second one had some pretty good bits. The Jay and Silent Bob or the Clerks cartoon had some cool stuff in it. And then Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back would have been a good cap to Jay and Silent Bob. But then it just keeps going. But part of me doesn't want to blame him because it's probably like he's trying to get, and I think he did Red State, he did that Walrus movie. Those looked awful. Those looked unwatchable. JC, Kevin Smith did a speaking tour where part of his routine was talking about what an a-hole Bruce Willis was on the set of Cop Out. Yes, that part I remember. But then Bruce Willis's thing was that, you know, it was sort of a fast and loose set, and he didn't want that. It's my impression. Anyway. But then again, if he was sliding into his cognitive decline then, early stages, he's like forgetting things, even as he's saying stuff. Ardent, Red State was abominable. JC, I blame Kevin Smith. He's just a hack. I don't know. He just, I feel like he just ran out of ideas, or he pursued ideas that weren't where he should have went. Like, he did this new movie. It didn't do very well. I think it was called the 5:30 movie or something. It was like his homage to going to the movies in the 80s or something. And it was a coming of age thing. That looked kind of like a return to form. And it looked like something he would be knowledgeable of and could do a movie about. Even though the movie didn't do that well. I think it was probably too late for it. But even if it was good, I haven't seen it. Indie Phantom, Yoga Hosers is possibly the worst, abominable, and nepotism hard. Yoga Hosers. I have no idea what that is. That's a real movie? Hold on. Yoga Hosers. Yeah, here it is right here. Two teenage yoga enthusiasts must do battle with an evil presence that is threatening to rise from its underground lair and endanger their major party plans. Yoga Hosers. Weird. It looks like female clerks. That's all it looks like. Just looks like female clerks. Because it looks like the two girls work in the same place like the clerks did. JC, there are a lot of stories about Bruce Willis being an a-hole on movie sets. JC, Cop Out was 20 years ago, way before Willis's decline. Was it that long ago? Feels like it was sooner. Maybe I'm the one in cognitive decline. The Cop Out? Yeah, here it is. Oh, yeah. 2010? Well, 15 years ago. We're both right, JC. JC, I got 5 minutes into Red State and turned it off. Same with Tusk. Indie Phantom, the 4:30 movie. Okay, yeah, that was it. You are on Daylight Savings Times, Tony. Johnny Depp and Yoga Hoosers. Huh. JC, Yoga Hoser was the movie he made back-to-back with Tusk. It stars his daughter and Johnny Depp's daughter. Oh my God, that's his daughter in it? Ah. Lily Rose Depp, Harley Quinn Smith, you know? Trying to get his daughter a gig, I guess. Oh yeah, Johnny Depp, there he is. And the credits, anyway. Indie Phantom, so much worse than female clerks would be. Alright, let's get away from this. Yeah, so that's our chat about Kevin Smith. JC, Kevin's daughter is the bigger one, obviously. Kevin Smith's wife, though, and I think I've told this story before. My joke is I introduced Kevin to his wife because she was a USA Today reporter who came to the set of Chasing Amy, which I was on because I was in the crowd scene, but you can't see me. And she sat down next to me, and she was a smoke show. She was a hot blonde. And she asked me, "Oh, who's the director?" And I said, "Oh, you see that fat guy over there with the beard? That's him." And so that was me introducing Kevin's wife. See, I didn't really introduce them. Get it? But she was cute. Super cute. Next up, a Minecraft movie. Still in theaters. $290,000. Finally going out of theaters. Not going to make $1 billion. 951 though. Came damn close. Came damn close. I think they could make this on Blu-ray or whatever. If they put something in it that you have to put it in your computer to get some special add-on to your Minecraft game, I think it would make $1 gazillion. JC, Yoga Hoosers is like a female and retarded version of the Clerks cartoon. Alex Ogle, I wonder how much of modern actors' fragile temperaments is the rise of method acting on Marathon Man. Dustin Hoffman didn't wash, sleep, or change clothes. Sir Laurence Olivier, hearing about it, asked, "My dear boy, have you tried acting?" I love that story. What's the name? William Goldman tells that story in Screen Adventures in the Screenwriting Trade, and I read that and I just laughed. Oh yeah, he asked him that question. If you watched Marathon Man, highly recommend, by the way, highly recommend Marathon Man. Great movie. Sir Laurence Olivier as the bad guy from Germany hiding in New York. And so there's a scene in which Dustin Hoffman's character is shivering from the cold and from being in water, I believe. I think from rain, I forget. But anyhow, on the set, he demanded a giant bucket of ice water because he wanted to be shivering for this one scene. So, and it's a scene with Laurence Olivier. So before the take, he would jump in the giant ice bucket of water. So he'd be freezing and then jump out and they'd start doing the scene. And he kept doing this. And that's when Laurence Olivier said, "My dear boy, have you tried acting?" Oh, man. And it was just, he's just super method, or was. JC, computers don't have CD players anymore, LOL. Well, whatever. You should have one. I still have a CD player on mine. JC, there are stories about Bruce Willis being an a-hole on movie sets going back to the Bonfire of the Vanities. Yeah, you can't go by that. There's always, lead guys always get that rap. Whether they are or they're not. Shatner got that rap, and that was, they're always arguing, like for Shatner, he was always arguing for screen time because he felt that, Spock, McCoy should be the three guys to usually figure out, and the other actors should be in the background. And you could say that's his vanity, but you could also say that makes more sense, and that's what the show was about. But, so, lead guys get that all the time, I think. So I don't know if he was a party maniac, Bruce Willis, though. He did party a lot. Alex Ogle, one has to wonder whether Hoffman was just cut out for Rain Man. He sounds completely autistic to me. Maybe. Haven't seen him in a while. He sort of got Me Too'd, I remember. And then he kind of disappeared. The Life of Chuck. Oh, that opened? Oh, I didn't think this movie opened yet. 16 theaters, though. This is a Stephen King thing. I don't like the look of it. I hope Tom Hiddleston does well, but yeah, I don't like it. And I read the synopsis, and it sounds so effing depressing. JC, I watched Bonfire of the Vanities because I kept hearing it was a huge disaster. It wasn't great, but I suspect a lot of the hate was that it was actually kind of based, and critics didn't like that. Interesting. It is based on a book, so I'm not sure if they made a lot of changes or if it was one of those books that don't really translate well into movies. Kite is here. Hey, fellas. Hey, Kite. Alex Ogle says hello. JC, Huffman is super old, probably retired basically at this point. Kite, how y'all been? Hey, Alex Ogle. Next is I Don't Understand You. Oh, is this that Nick Kroll movie? I think it is. Ooh, it's not doing too well, despite its limited release. Yeah. So this actually looks like a pretty funny premise. So the premise is there are these two gay guys, and they're going to adopt a kid. But before they adopt the kid, because they know once they adopt the kid, once they adopt the baby, they're gonna have to be at home a lot. So they decide to go on a fantastic Italian vacation first. And so they book the vacation in some sort of villa, Airbnb kind of situation. And they accidentally end up killing this old woman, or she dies under their watch. It's not totally 100% clear in the trailer. She's like an old Italian woman who makes lots of great food or whatever, and so she dies, and they panic, and I think they hide the body, and then the son comes home, and he absolutely loves his mother, of course. And then I think they end up killing him too. It's about them trying to escape Italy. They end up killing him because I think he finds out about his mother and then attacks them, and then they end up accidentally killing him. So it's like one of those kind of movies. So I think it looks actually pretty funny. And Nick Kroll, if you ever watched the Nick Kroll show, I thought it was pretty good. It wasn't quite... It was pretty close to Chappelle. Chappelle is better, but Kroll's show was really good, in my opinion. And it's the only time I've ever seen John Mulaney funny. I still don't understand John Mulaney's career. His sitcom was literally the worst. It was one of the last things I saw on television, and is one of the worst things I ever saw on television. It's so bad. I don't know how they greenlit it or who thought it was funny. It was just the worst thing I ever saw. And I've seen his stand-up, and it's like, meh. But on the Kroll show, he was pretty good. They did Too Much Tuna. That was their bit. Yeah, I would say watch the Kroll show reruns. It also had the guy, I forget his name. He was in The League. He played Raffi in The League, if you've ever watched The League, which was another great funny show, which I wish that show had gone another few seasons. Ardent at Kite. Gutsy, been working hard. Alex Ogle, we've all been as bigoted as usual, or Newfie bigoted, as the case of Ardent, which is super bigoted. Kite, nice, keep up the good work, Ardent. JC, Tom Hanks played the lead in Bonfire. They made him more sympathetic than he was in the book. He hits a black guy trying to rob him with his car, and the police try and railroad him for optics. Oh, yeah. I vaguely remember that plot. Kite, hope you're doing well, Tony, and Joan, too. Joan's doing well, although she sounds bad right now. She's just in the background coughing. You okay, Joan? Alex, is little Joan coming out as a cat coughing up fur balls on the stream? No, she just she has this old cushion she likes to lay on, and sometimes she'll lick it and it dries out her tongue, and then she kind of gets gaggy. JC, Watch John Mulaney's stand-up bit about trying to fly Delta. That's the funniest thing I've seen him done. Okay. Alex Ogle, gutsy is good to see you. Oh, okay. That's gutsy to say. Ardent, excuse me? I'm an oppressed minority. I'll have you know. JC, Newfies are so bigoted, we exiled them to their own island. That's a shame. Alex Ogle, at Ardent, the only thing oppressed about you is your clerks being a half hour off. You do it to yourselves. Reset your clerks, Ardent. Damn it. Get your clerks in a row. Anyhow, Nick Kroll, highly recommend. I think I Don't Understand You might actually be a pretty funny film. It looks funny to me. Next up, The Amateur, going out of theaters in its 9th week. Premiering at the bottom, Dragonheart Adventures Beyond This World in 3 theaters. I have no idea what this is. Dragonheart Adventures Beyond This World. Oh, looks like a cartoon. Then We Are Guardians. No idea. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, the indigenous forest guardians, oh boy, stand at the front lines of the fight to protect their ancestral lands from the relentless invasions and deforestations. As more and more people illegally invade their lands each year, devastating centuries-old forests for resources and fast profits, these small groups of guardians risk everything to protect their forest and way of life. Now, as the health of the entire Amazon teeters on the edge, will Brazil and the world take notice? No, obviously not. You've been talking about this for years. Ardent, Clerks? Alex Ogle, Clocks. Ardent, Clerks 2. Joey and Stale Bill shuffle back. What? Ardent, sorry I've had sugar. And then Vulcan Isadora is somehow still in theaters. I forget what this movie is. Ardent, sorry Brazil, we need steaks. We do need steaks. The climate guys are so interested in having a climate conference. I don't know if you heard this story. This was a few weeks or months back. They built an area for them to have their conference, and in the process, they had to build a road to it. So they cut down acres and acres of rainforest to build the road to the climate conference. So this is how much they are concerned. Alex Ogle, Clerks is how you newfies say it. You've got a syllabary all your own. All right. It's time to look at... Oh, wait. What was the total here for this week? 111 million. Nah. Not great. We're kind of in the summer here, just about. I mean, it's not officially summer, but technically in South Jersey, after Memorial Day is summer. So get your act together, Hollywood. You should be cranking out $200 million weekends. And you ain't going to do it with the Fantastic Four First Steps. There's a lot of controversy there. They're calling this movie Fantastic Four First Steps at 125 to 130 million weekend opening. I think that's very generous. Neon over at Clownfish TV ballparks it at 75 to 85. I'd be more in line with him. And I don't even know if it's going to be that high, quite frankly. But then again, I'm a bit of a doomsayer when it comes to box office. I usually predict too low for movies I hate. So, Ardent at Alex Ogle. To be fair, we got about a dozen languages of our own, and they somehow are all English except Irish loopers and the Jackie Tars, the French remnants. JEC, this is John Mulaney's best bit. All right. I don't know if I could play this. Is there music underneath it? No. All right.
My girlfriend's wonderful, though. I listen to everything my girlfriend says.
Okay. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, but I probably got to interrupt it a lot so it doesn't get flagged on YouTube.
That are happening.
This is a very different delivery for him. It doesn't sound like the John Mulaney I've seen in other Huh? I don't get that one, but yeah. Where's the Delta Airlines bit? We got to get to that. It's probably it. Okay. Hold on, let me get the chat back here. Let me get the chat back for a minute. I'm probably missing everything. JC, turn it up. Alex Ogle, what Red Letter Media had observed, FU, it's January, seems to be turning into FU. The month begins with a J. Ardent, low. Ardent, LOL, he can't see chat. Ardent, this is why he could play Irving Forbushman. All right, hold on, let me turn it up. I'll turn it up. All right, here, I'll do this. There we go. Oh, try it again. There we go. Now I can see chat. Ah, shit. Hold on. All right, let me get back. All right. I mean, it's kind of like a totally different persona for him. It's not bad. It's not bad. I kind of liked it. But yeah, it's not the normal John Mulaney I'm used to. Alex Ogle, not my sort of comedy. Yeah, he's kind of like doing a different shtick. Like, that definitely was not his shtick when he did his show. That's almost the shtick he does on the Kroll show when they do Too Much Tuna. Like, he's really annoying. JC, I haven't seen his recent stand-up. His whole delivery is different. It's more like he's doing like almost like a kid thing, and like his more recent stand-up is, I don't know, he's more of an adult. Let's see what's going on in Variety. The studio creator says Martin Scorsese thought his cameo scene was wrong, but didn't want to be a backseat director. Okay. My friend, my movie snob friend, he loved the studio. He says I should watch it. He loved the first episode anyway. I haven't seen, I don't know. I do like when Hollywood makes fun of itself, but it's hard for me to watch Seth Rogen now. Really damaged his rep with me. And I just keep thinking back to his behavior, and it just kind of taints everything he does now. Like, I used to watch him and go, oh, he's pretty funny. And now I watch him and go, he's secretly an a-hole. He actually would hate me if he met me. That's what I think in the back of my mind now with him. Because he was such an a-hole during, I don't know, the years. In my opinion, he acted like an a-hole from the moment Trump got into office up until, I don't know, maybe like a year ago. Like, he's kind of finally shut up and hasn't said anything stupid in a while. So maybe after a while I could forgive him and start enjoying his comedy again. And I really like This Is the End. I mean, it's just one of the funniest movies. But Alex Ogle, what's going on with the Lilo and Stitch and How to Train Your Dragon live action remakes? Are those stories not woke enough that they needed to make a makeover? No, so it's the idea that, so my friend who worked at one of the major studios told me, and I did a bit on this in Hollywoke, another novel, that the studios at some point, they would make these big movies, right? And they'd make a lot of money. But then there was these smaller studios, and they would hear about a big movie that was coming out, and they would put a cheaper version and turn around and crank it out, right? So let's say you hear about the Avengers being made. Like, a cheap studio turns around and then makes their own version of the Avengers. Now, it's not the Avengers, it's just a superhero team, but they make it for like $3 million, just on the off chance that somebody's either going to confuse it for the Avengers, or that they love the Avengers so much they can't get enough superheroes, and they go, oh, I'm going to rent this movie too. How bad could it be? And because of that, you know, a movie like the Avengers makes $1 billion. A movie like the off-brand Avengers is, you know, you make it for $3 million or some low amount of money, and then it makes $100 million because people just rent it and watch it. Like, they were basically built to rent movies. And they do kind of okay as long as you don't spend a lot of money. And so the studios eventually saw that and said, hey, why don't we rip off our own movies? So there was actual division in this major studio, and their entire deal was they would see what the other divisions were doing, and they would make a cheaper version of it if it was going to be big. And that's all they did. So I did a bit in Hollywoke where there's a division like that, and the woman who runs it, she copies everything, and no one wants to talk to her because the moment you tell her what you're working on, she runs out and does a copy of it. And she wears fashions from last year, and she copies the studio head and wears exactly her fashions from the year before, and that's a running gag. But that's kind of the remakes, like, process, right? You made a cartoon and it's a big hit 20 years ago. Now those fans are older with their own kids. You announce a live action version, which is actually in some respects cheaper to do, depending on how much, you know, special effects are in it. And then you crank it out and it makes, you know, some money or more money, depending. And, you know, and if it doesn't make as much as before, that's fine because it didn't cost as much. So Lilo and Stitch did well. Indie Phantom. I've seen most of the studio. Can't stand Seth. It's an okay lame-ass comedy. I only watched it when my buddy comes over because our tastes are mostly diff. So I have to find some common ground. This Is the End. I might finally watch, man. Some of those relationships have soured since then. I know. Yeah, I think he'll eventually start doing movies with Franco again. I think Franco will eventually come back and they'll do another movie and all will be forgiven. I think enough time has passed for Franco. He didn't really get Me Too'd all that hard. Not like some of these other guys. Like, I don't know if I announced it or said it on Hollywoke Hot Take, but Gérard Depardieu, he got convicted in a French court. He's appealing, so he's in trouble. But like Franco had a school and he had a girlfriend who tried to jam him up on Me Too stuff, which, you know, her story was about as convincing as Aziz Ansari's. Like, Aziz Ansari told this story of he took this girl on a date and the girl's like story was like, oh my god, he just kept pushing me for sex. Like every straight guy does on a date, basically. So, and everybody was like, yeah, and did he attack you? Well, no, he just wanted to have sex with me. Can you imagine? So it was kind of like that, although there was some more to it, I think, with Franco, but not much more. Ardent. Rogan ticked me off when he poo-pooed having his car broken into as all part and parcel of life in the city. Stone laughed at her privately. What a dingus. Yeah, I didn't like that, and I really didn't like his dust-up. He had a dust-up with Count Dankula, and Dankula basically body slammed him in comedy. I mean, like, the dumbest thing you could do, as a guy like Seth Rogen anyway, the dumbest thing he could do is go after another comedian on Twitter, even when this was Twitter in the bad old days. Although Twitter now is, there was no way he was going to win the battle with Count Dankula. I mean, there's just no way. He lost it the moment he started yelling at him. Indie Phantom. There was a series called Action with Jay Moore. Oh, I remember that show. About 20 years ago, that was an edgier and slightly cooler version of the studio. It was canceled pretty fast, though. I think Fox had it. I remember that show, yeah. Yeah, Jay Moore's, wasn't Jay Moore's sidekick a prostitute who arranged it? You know, she was supposed to be like a Heidi Fleiss type. Was like his sidekick. Indie Phantom. Pineapple Express was funny, and I love Observe and Report. I really do like that movie, too. That's the one time Seth Rogen actually kind of acts. That is my Seth Rogen comedy. Dark and wicked cool. And I love it because Ray Liotta's in it, too. He has a great role in that, too. Alex Ogle. Yes. Yes. I recall that character from your book. Thank you. Indie Phantom. Just thinking. Lilo and Stitch kept both Mission Impossible 8 and Ballerina from taking the top spot. That's very telling. Yeah. Well, you know what it is. I do think, and I forget, someone on the stream said it, and I think it's true. Probably JEC. It might have been you, IP. That movies have kind of become a place to take the kids now. You know, it's like one of the last places that takes the kids, just because you're desperate to take the kids somewhere, get out of the house, and get them to shut up for 2 hours, and the movie's kind of the perfect place. And then you can buy them some food and sugar or whatever, and they could just sit in the dark for 2 hours, and then you take them home. So it's kind of a good it's still kind of a good family night out if there's a family movie out. The problem has been there haven't been a lot of family movies in the last, I'll say prior to the last 2 years, but now they're kind of coming back with them, and they're not unwoke, but they're kind of taking the more obvious woke stuff out of them now. Alex Ogle, movie pitch. Pineapple Express Sydney Sweeney, in a bikini, realizes her mistake for selling bathwater and resolves to get an honest job. She becomes a Pizza Express franchise, but finds her pizzas aren't selling well until she's added a magic ingredient. In other words, pot. Okay. Although I'm not too keen on her since she released the bathwater thing. Kind of really soured me on her a little bit. I unfollowed her Instagram. I'm like, I ain't gonna sell you bathwater like a common internet slut. It just seemed beneath her. Ardent, Dank ruined that man. Yes, he did. And I think we owe a lot to Chief Justice Dankula, which was by far the funniest bit on the internet to me, was when Count Dankula photoshopped himself as a Chief Justice, and people believed somehow, there were people stupid enough to believe that Dankula was an actual judge in the United States, and an actual Supreme Court judge, and he kept calling himself Chief Justice Dankula, and they kept yelling at him. Oh my God, it was hilarious. And then the other funny thing that happened to Dank was there was this moment on X where they froze all the names because I forget why. They were going through some transition. They were trying to get rid of like parody accounts and certain accounts. So they wanted people to keep the same name. So for a while they froze them. And Dank had his name as like something weird like, oh gosh, Dankula has like a 1 foot penis or something like that. And he got stuck. Like he put a comedy bit in his name and it got stuck that way for months. And he had to finally ask Elon to like unlock his account so he could change it. But eventually they opened it up for everybody. So yeah, I mean, Dankula's funny. Seth Rogen has a writer who's amazing, Evan Goldberg. I don't know if Seth's actually funny. Ardent, I think we'd all find out it more believable if it was Salma Hayek putting pot in the crust. I'd like to put some pot in her crust, if you know what I'm saying. Ardent, Chief Justice Dankula was one of his best bits. It was so funny. Indie Phantom, yeah, I might actually return the Sweeney bathwater eventually. It was a moment of weakness. Nice. We have a good time. Alex Ogle at Indie Fandom, don't kid yourself. It'll be delicious. All right. Anime's inspired miraculous spin-off. Miraculous Stellar Force acquired by Disney? What the hell is this? Miraculous? What is miraculous? I don't even know what this is. Okay. Miraculous Stellar Force. This is a spin-off of something I never heard of. I guess. Major expansion of the globally popular Miraculous franchise. Never heard of it. Okay. Lilo and Stitch beats Ballerina at the box office. Yeah. See, the audience for Ballerina isn't going to movies. Indie Phantom, yeah, I will ponder it at Alex Ogle. The audience for Lilo and Stitch will still go because the whole point is to get out of the house. there's still a function for the movie. The function for a movie like Ballerina would have been a date. But now that date is better if you're at your own place. Because at your own place, you have access to all the food, and you can pause the movie, and you can do other things when you're Netflix and chill. It's also a lot cheaper, and the movie theater experience sucks. People don't want to put up with it if you're on a date. If you're with your kids, it already sucks. You're with your kids. They're going to make a lot of noise, and they're going to be loud and obnoxious, and they're going to eat a bunch of food, and they're going to throw it all over the floor like they do at home. So, what's the difference? You don't want that kind of stuff going on a date. Like on a date, you want to have a nice time. So, why go to the movies? Why go to the movie theater on a date? It's just not where you go on dates anymore. Indie Phantom, yeah, movie dating is better at home for sure. So many ways for it to go wrong at the cinema. It's just, the only time I had movie dates that I would say went well was when it was an art house movie in Philly, and then it was like, well, you would either go to dinner and then go see the movie, or you go to the movie and then go out to a bar later and maybe have food or whatever. Because it's a night out, and because you're going to an art house place, there are no kids, generally speaking, because typically art house movies are for adults. Or it's going to be something no kid would want to see, or it's going to be later at night. Whereas if you go into suburbia, who knows who's going to show up at Ballerina. The teenagers will show up at Ballerina, but teenagers don't go to see movies anymore. Teenagers are going to do the cheapest thing because they don't have any money. Unless their parents are like making it rain. Indie Phantom, I might even start making my own customized popcorn buckets. That would impress. Yeah, like, so if you're on a date as a teenager, I don't even know if you can afford it anymore. Unless you got your parents funding. I mean, you're talking, what's the outlay now for a date? The tickets probably going to run you $12 at least. Probably closer to 14. So already you're into it for almost $30. And you haven't even bought food yet. And if you're on a date as a teenager, you're probably going to buy something. So you add popcorn and sodas to that mix. What are you talking then? Like 5, 10, at least maybe another $20. So you're looking at probably close to $50 for a date. That's not a teenager date. Now you take that same amount of money and you go someplace and you can eat pizza. I don't know. Do people still go to roller rinks? There's still malls, I guess, but teenagers don't meet anymore. They meet on the internet. I don't know. Maybe go bowling. I mean, $50, you could do a few things. You can go get somebody to buy a beer. Indie Phantom, yeah, the art house cinemas are actually great for dating. Small venue, excellent popcorn and snacks. Both are licensed here and have high-end tea and coffee too. Plus it's cozy, much cheaper. Yes. Chicks also dig the slightly more conversational kind of flicks. Yeah, and you have something to talk about that isn't, you can't go, I mean, if you're on a date, you don't want to take her to see an action movie. That's like later in the relationship. Indie Phantom, think the last roller rink closed here in 1991. Yeah, I don't know what teenagers do anymore. I think they spend most of their time on the internet. They don't go anywhere. They don't go to the movies. So, the movies were a way to get out of your parents' house. to go somewhere and do something. But now you can have the contact through the internet. And, beyond that, then you can schedule, rendezvous or whatever, but you don't have to fork out $50 to do that. I mean, I don't know, $50 seems like a lot of money to blow as a teenager. I couldn't even imagine having that kind of money for a date. Even when I was in college, I didn't have but that was the 80s. Alex Ogle, talking of going off the boil, I had a thing for Eva Green after her role in Casino Royale. But with the rise of Phoebe Waller-Bridge, I'm finding it hard to disentangle the two in my head. Indie Phantom dance clubs are another thing that was popular here. Even until the 2000s, none really exist now that I'm aware of. Those spaces been up for rent for years. Here, I know that there's high-end bowling alleys. That's like a hipster thing. You go to the bowling alley, you could order beers and high-end food, and like the bowling alley is super nice. And you have to schedule it. You can't just go to the bowling alley. You have to buy your spot and your games and your time slot, and then you can bowl with your friends. So that's one thing here. For teenagers though, even that would be too much money, and that it's alcohol, so they can't even go to those. So maybe miniature golf. I mean, or mini golf. There's amusement parks in the summer. These are outdoor things. But movies used to be, when I was a teenager, they were cheap, and they were a reason to go to the mall, because the mall would have a movie theater, and then you'd go to the movies and maybe you'd go to the mall. But those things are kind of gone, or they're not really hip anymore. Alex Ogle, look up Eva Green and PBW side by side. All right. Or PWP. All right. Eva Green. Images. Okay. Pretty hot. And then Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Not hot, in my view. I don't like her pixie cut. I don't like the little thing on her head. That's why she's got the hair there. Don't know why she's combing her hair that way. Yeah, I don't think she's too cute at all. She's cute. I mean, super cute there. Holy moly. That's some cuteness. Ardent at Alex Ogle. Go watch the second 300 movie. That'll help. Indie Phantom. Alex, have you seen The Dreamers? You'll get to see Eva in all her glory. Flick is meh, though. Alex Ogle. Green is hot, but PWB looks too much alike, and she's not. You're saying this girl looks like that girl. No, I'm not saying it. I mean, maybe if Phoebe grew out her hair, but her nose is out there. She's got a cute nose. And she's thin and hot. She's kind of droopy and old to me. Or old looking. Now here's a little cleavage. Yeah, it's kind of low hanging though. I don't like it. Yeah, not liking her. That I like. Eva Green. No, that's kind of low, but that's a good kind of low. I can see the resemblance, but Well, there she looks a lot like Phoebe there. Let's see. Eva Green, Phoebe Waller Bridge comparison. Let's see if there's a comparison here. Oh, look at that. No, that's not. That's the same person. No, there's no. I thought somebody maybe did a comparison somewhere, but that is not the case, sadly. All right, moving on. Robert De Niro, Ben Stiller reunite for Meet the Parents' 25th anniversary, tease fourth film with Ariana Grande. Now this is so unnecessary. Robert De Niro, super old, super done with him. Never was funny. So I assume this is going to be about Ben Stiller's kid getting married, and then it's going to be him meeting he's the parent. Instead of Ben Stiller being the one meeting De Niro, the new guy's meeting Ben Stiller, and then Robert De Niro's giving him advice. Indie Phantom, De Niro is cooked. Yes, he certainly is. Terry Moran suspended at ABC News after posting that White House Deputy Chief Stephen Miller is a world-class hater. Weird way to say he's competent. I don't have a problem with Stephen Miller, except he keeps saying that the budget, the big, beautiful spending bill. Oh, it's not a spending bill. That's not what they call it. They call it the big, beautiful bill, BBB. There's a lot of spending in that bill, and he's trying to say, oh, it's not spending. We're not technically spending anything. Like, what are you talking about? It's trillions of dollars, dude. It's going to put us further in debt. Like, I'm for a lot of the stuff in the bill, but you just got to cut back on the money. You got to find some cuts. You got to make Doge cuts. You got to do something. Cut something. Cut something. There's got to be something to cut. These guys are full of S when it comes to that. Now, they've called him every kind of hateful bigot in the world ever, Stephen Miller. He's a guy who just doesn't mince words, in my opinion. Indie Phantom, BBW, bigger than BBB. Yeah, we can't add to the debt. Like, the perfect thing would have been to pass a bill that was the exact same price as last year's bill, right? I don't know how much we spent last year. Let's say it was $880 billion. Like, if they got it to $879 billion and, maybe saved like 2 cents, maybe came in just under the previous year's, that would have been great. And we could say, oh, wow, we came in under. Like, it wasn't by much, but at least we stopped increasing everything. No, these guys want to spend $1.1 trillion for the military, which I am very much against. Look, I know we need to rebuild our military, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't think we need to rebuild that much of it. I honestly don't. What you could do is close down a bunch of military bases. So, I don't know. We got military bases everywhere. We got like 1,000 military bases around the world. I say close enough bases to make up the difference in the money. Just close every other base until you make up enough difference. You could shunt all the extra personnel to the other bases. You would save a boatload of money. I mean, we got bases in Kazakhstan. Why do we have a base in Kazakhstan? I'm sure there are reasons. I'm sure, in case we have to bomb Russia or in case we have to bomb Iran. Well, we're not, is my point. And I don't want to bomb Iran or Russia. So And I don't even think we need those bases when it comes to nuclear weapons. They go up into space and they come down wherever we want. So, what are you doing? Close down the DMV. Not DMV. The demilitarized zone. The DMZ. Yeah, and the South Koreans don't need our troops there. They're not going to make a difference anyway if the North Koreans invade. So get them out of there. Bring all those troops home. Send those troops to Los Angeles instead of, hiring new guys. Ardent, pull out of NATO and that would save you guys a bunch. Yeah, I'm totally for that. Seems like the EU wants to go to war with Russia anyway. I don't want that. Screw them. Let's pull out. You know what the founding fathers said about Europe? That we didn't want any entangling alliances. That's what Washington said. He warned about that. So pull the F out of NATO and say, we're out. Do what you want. You want to go to war for Ukraine? Knock yourself out. And if the Russians invade, we can say, hey, don't invade them, or we'll blow you up, or whatever. I mean, it wouldn't change much, except we wouldn't be pouring billions of dollars into NATO. And no, the Russians aren't going to invade Europe. They're just not going to do it. They don't want to conquer Europe. What are they going to do with it? Number one, this is the problem with expansive militaries. They expand, and then they got to hold on to the land they caught. Yeah, they catch it, and they kill a lot of people in the process, but then they can't keep it. They never can keep it. And the Russians stretched it all the way out to Afghanistan. How'd that work out? They're not going to take Europe. Ardent, pull a bunch out of the UN too while you're at it. Oh, I would love to pull out of the UN. I don't even think it would save us that much money, but sure. George Clooney's now all over Broadway for some reason. It's kind of a smart move on his part when you think about it, because now his fame works for him again. It kind of didn't work for him. It's not really working for him in TV and movies anymore. Nobody wants to do TV. Not regular TV anyway. Movies are kind of going down the toilet. Now he can just dominate Broadway. I mean, his play is doing pretty well. So here he is with Patti LuPone and trying to help her out after I forget what she said about some other actress, trying to slap her down. Some kind of public feud. BFI publishes report into AI, makes key recommendations for UK screen sector on issues including rights, carbon impact, and ethics. Oh, I'm sure that's a riveting report. Indie Phantom, CNN broadcast his play live too. Oh, he did? Alex Ogle, remember the Snow White Rachel Zegler being much less pretty than the evil queen, Gal Gadot, was preceded by Bridget Nielsen's Red Sonja being shown up by the Queen Jedren of Sandal Bergman? I don't remember, but yeah, I could see it. Let's see. Gavin Newsom demands Trump administration remove National Guard from LA amid ICE protest, rescind the order, and return control to California. What control? You should throw Gavin Newsom in a prison cell. I don't know what you could charge him on, but there'd have to be something. I don't know. You should investigate him. I bet you'd find all kinds of things. I mean, from a political standpoint, normally that would look very bad. But I think Gavin Newsom is dirty enough that you would find all kinds of crazy things under his watch. And I don't think he has enough allies in the federal level to help him. Other than Nancy Pelosi and her, she's just about out of juice. She's just about out of gas at this point. She's done. I mean, sure, they got a lot of money. The Gettys and Newsoms and Pelosi's of the world, but that don't mean much when you got the federal government hounding you. I think you should investigate Newsom and then throw him in prison when you find the thing that you can throw him in prison for. Because this guy is determined to destroy everything, apparently. I mean, these people just do not quit in California. It's bizarre. Like, I understood it, back in the day, like Jerry Brown had his wacky day as governor and he wanted to do all kinds of crazy things. But back then, California has still had a lot of money. And they could afford to do all these programs. None of them worked. They were counterproductive, ultimately. But you could at least argue they had the money and they were trying to be generous. And that's a little different. Now you got this guy, Gavin Newsom, who's done all sorts of terrible things. I mean, my God, during the pandemic was the absolute, I don't know what's the absolute worst. There's so many moments. First, there's him sleeping with his campaign manager, campaign manager's wife, and then coming out and having to apologize for it. I made a mistake. You made a mistake. You tripped and fell and your penis went into another man's wife. I mean, what? You made a mistake. It's just unbelievable. And he was the mayor of San Francisco. Like the biggest S-hole on the planet now. Thanks to people like him and subsequent administrations. So, and here was a guy who never cleaned up San Francisco until the communist leader of China came to visit. Oh, and then he cleaned it right up. And then immediately all the poop was off the streets. Like a miracle. That alone should get him thrown out of office. And then you have the recall. And a man named Larry Elder, who was black, ran against him. And the response was the LA Times called Larry Elder, I believe it was the LA Times, called him the black face of white supremacy. I mean, it's unreal. Now, a lot of people say, let California fall into the ocean and let, people have California. No, we can't do that. Alex Ogle, text altered to get past the controls. BM Hollywood. What is now? What? I can't read it. BLM? BLM Hollywood. BOLM is now BL Greater Los Angeles area. Oh, burn. That's what it says. Burn Hollywood burn is now burn Greater Los Angeles burn. Ardent, LOL, I remember Larry Elder thing. Good gods, that was comedy. Alex Ogle, burn. Ardent, no. Ship the California Dem voters to Canada. Ship the actual conservative Canadians to refill it. Well, that would be nice. I don't know what you guys would do in all that warm weather, though. I think what we have to do, and I'm not sure, I mean, there's a couple of modes of attack. My big thing would be you have to split up California into 6 different states. And then you could start to bring some amount of sanity to the issue, because then at least, one of those states would be red and sane, and the others would maybe balance out a little more. A couple of them would be purple, and then 2 would be dark blue. But at this point, I mean, California's, I think during the Trump admin, it might go broke. I think Trump should probably allow California to bankrupt itself so the federal government could take control of it from Gavin Newsom. But I think Gavin is so determined to destroy his own state, he'd find that a benefit to him. Ardent, thrive. I will thrive, Ardent. I will. Another thing, I mean, the main thing you have to do, though, is you have to remove Gavin Newsom from power. I mean, you can wait around until it happens. Alex Ogle, California will be ceded to Mexico. No, we can't do that. If anything, we should just take Mexico. We should just invade it and take it over. And then run it, run it as a territory for many years until it cleans up, until we clean up its act, and then slowly turn it into, I don't know, 5 states. But California needs to be investigated. It needs a federal investigation into its massive, massive corruption. Because it's there. It's there on its face. You can't have a state with this kind of money, and California brings in so many billions of dollars. Although it's leaving, a lot of big companies are leaving California because they just, don't want to compete with the taxes or whatever. So, I mean, you could wait until so many people leave that California is finally ready to clean up its act. But I think you need to investigate the massive corruption there and really dig into it and start throwing people in jail. It's the only way. Alex Ogle, USA doesn't want to manage Mexico. Hand it over to El Salvador. No, if we invaded, we'd manage it. It would be different because it would be right on our border, and we could just roll in there and just take it over. It would be a lot easier to defend a shorter border way down south than South Mexico, I'll tell you that. So, and what would it take us to take over Mexico? A weekend? And then the cartels would they'd basically just all go down fighting, and they would last all of 10 minutes against the Marines. So, but yeah, Gavin Newsom is an absolute disgrace. But there's many people in California. I mean, Maxine Waters is from California. Nancy Pelosi is from California. You've got that AG from California, Gascon. I mean, I think a lot of these people are dirty and need to be investigated. So if you got them on federal charges and you threw a few of them in jail, the others would be forced to clean up their act, I think. I think you need to investigate how they're electing people. I think there's probably a lot of massive fraud in the Democratic Party. So, but this is how stupid California is. Newsom was going to be recalled, and a lot of the movie studio people threw their money behind him in the recall to make sure he would stay in power. It's ridiculous. Now look where they are. The unions are running amok. No one wants to shoot in California. They're talking about, there's a $750 million tax base or tax incentive or whatever. Okay, great. Your state's broke, and now you're gonna lower the taxes. What is that gonna do? You have to cut programs. You have to cut all these programs that don't work. Whoever needs a Doge, it's California. Like New Jersey needs a Doge. There's a ton of government waste in New Jersey, but it's nothing compared to California. They have a much bigger economy. Ardent, I think it would take you longer to take Mexico than Canada. Honestly, the populace is more spread out. There's jungles to hide in. Would be a nightmare. Take Canada first, then work your way south. Indie Phantom, Maxine Waters seems pretty chill. She was out supporting the rioters earlier, level-headed, except for the wig. Please take over Canada. I would have a blast reading Facebook meltdowns. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any, I don't know if there's any will to take over Canada yet. It has to get bad enough. The thing with Mexico is it's almost bad enough that we might have to take them over. Because their government in my view, is probably not functioning. It's probably not a real government. It's probably the cartels running everything. At this point, it's so deeply, deeply corrupt. It would be better just to take over it. Indie Phantom, or Ardent at Indie Phantom, the Twitter X reaction would be hilarious. Let's see. Oh, this was a bit of news. Harry Potter star Tom Felton is playing Draco Malfoy. That was his character on Harry Potter on Broadway. And he's the only cast member, old cast member from Harry Potter that didn't go after J.K. Rowling for her political views. Ironically. And I say ironically because he was a bad guy in Harry Potter. And in real life, he's apparently cool. So, I thought that was interesting. Indie Phantom at Ardent, it would be a party. Ardent, maybe we can convince me so to come back since he can't influence Trump like he thought he could. Do you mean Z? Oh, Ardent, Musk, not me. So, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the Musk-Trump dust-up is mostly over. And there's two schools of thought. The first is that the whole thing is a fake psyop because it's 5D chess. And I don't think it is. I don't think it's fake. I think Musk genuinely got mad and blew up on X. And probably shouldn't. He went too far. He had a good point initially, and I don't blame him. The big, beautiful bill spends too much money, and he just found all this money to save with Doge, and they're just spending more, which is what my fear was when he started this whole thing. And so he had a huge point. And then he went too far, and then his attacks became personal, and he said some things that he's now deleted. And so then Sticks and Hammer says, well, that's my point, basically. These guys are too smart for this kind of stuff. But I don't know. If he is actually autistic, and a lot of people say he is, maybe he's not. It's not about being smart. It's, the emotion got the better of him. Ardent, I was thinking it was theater until Musk pulled his Epstein post down. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know why Trump would want people to think that. That makes it look, Musk saying that, which was, I mean, I don't believe it. I know Trump is in the file, but he's in the file because he gave a statement to the cops about Epstein, and he was the only guy who did. But, his implication, Musk's implication was he was in the files. In other words, there was blackmail material for him. But that ignores the bigger question, which is, why is Kash Patel and Dan Bongino saying, oh yeah, Epstein killed himself? Oh yeah, there's no files. No, it's all cool. Yeah, the FBI got it right. Oh, who knew? We all thought they were wrong. Turns out Epstein did kill himself. Yeah, it turns out there's no photos at all. It's bull. Something's up. Now, maybe they thought this is the perfect distraction from the Epstein files to talk about them in this Trump way and then turn around and like, oh yeah, it's fake. Oh, excuse me. But I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it would help quell it. And I'll tell you something, Kash Patel better deliver on something soon. He better deliver on some kind of arrest. Some kind of big arrest. Indie Phantom, I can't wait for the Tony D live stream watch-alongs coming to Rumble, requesting any Rodney Dangerfield comedy and nail gun massacre for future picks. Oh, I could watch Caddyshack pretty much any day of the week. Hey everyone, let's get laid. Ardent. I'll vote for Lady Hawk to watch. Would be fun when Tony discovered that fantasy epic has an 80s synth soundtrack. I saw Lady Hawk, and I remember it well. That's Matthew Broderick and Rutger Hauer. Rutger Hauer at its best, by the way. I really like the fight scenes in that when they're like sword fighting and punching each other. Indie Phantom. Patel was kind of a disaster on Rogan. I mean, straight up lying, it sounded like to me. Yeah, I guess you'd call that a disaster. Indie Phantom at Ardent. Haven't seen that one since the first one on VHS. It was curious one and unusual for Broderick at the time. Ardent at Indie Phantom. It's my favorite movie. Indie Phantom at Ardent. I will see it again. Richard Donner movie too. Alex Ogle. Is Caddyshack in the American archives? It needs to be preserved as a national treasure. The first one, not the sequels. Oh God, the sequels. Can you imagine Dan Aykroyd did a sequel to Caddyshack where he plays basically the Bill Murray character? Oh, oofa. I want to say that's the second one, but I don't remember. I think Rodney's in that one. No, it's Jackie Mason. Jackie Mason is the Rodney Dangerfield type character. All right, moving on to the Fandom Pulse. Oh no, DC Comics Pride? Oh, what now? What gay thing did DC Comics do now? Here we go. Even as DC Comics gets savaged by fans over pushing Pride Month, the company declares we'll just keep saying it. Oh, God. Okay, we'll just continue to stop buying your comics, I guess. Ardent, Ghostbusters should be archived as a classic. I agree. Indie Phantom, the Caddyshack sequel, Aykroyd made a tragic mistake. Jackie Mason is one of my fave comedians, but he wasn't right for the movie. SFWA posts their 2024 Nebula Award winners. It's not me, so I don't care. Military Sci-Fi Book Review, Operation Resolute by Reese Landon, if you care about that. Veggie Tales creator, all ages Kickstarter comic. This book might explode, targeted for being too white and male. Don't go to Kickstarter anymore. You got to go to like one of the other ones at this point. I mean, if that's a low bar to like kick somebody off, I'd say. Ardent, I have noticed that there is a significantly lower number of rainbow flags about this men's mental health month. Yes. Yeah, because it's not making those companies any money. They finally got the hint. They don't want to be Bud Lighted. So now they finally got the message and they're pulling back. And everybody in the rainbow community is horrified. They're not talking about us constantly. Indie Phantom, too bad. There's a great comic shop left in my town. Staff is outstanding. They provide bags for every purchase, which is unheard of at other stores. They are mostly living off their vintage comics. Yes. That's the only thing that sells now in the world of comics. Because first off, let me tell you something. If you haven't bought a comic in a long time, let me tell you the average price. I'll show it to you. Started going to ICV2 again. Let me see if I can find the list. Here's the top 20 graphic novels, top 50 comics of May. All right. So here's the cover price. These are single comics. $3.99, $4.99, $4.99. Most of them are $4.99. Couple of them $6.99 for a comic. Now the $6.91, I'm going to assume it's Daredevil Cold Day in Hell. I'm going to assume it's a little longer. Here's a $5.99 Mark Spears Monsters #4. That might even be a magazine. It's Jeff Week #1, $5.99. But these comics aren't worth $3.99. And that's the cheaper price now. $5.99? You out of your mind? $5 for a comic book. The average comic fan spent about $20 to $50 on comics. This was back in the 90s when they were $2 a piece. That would be 10 to 25 comics for that kind of money. Now it's 4 to 10. That's not a lot of comics. And they're not spending more than that. They don't have more money. So they're spending about the same. They're just buying fewer comics. Ardent, think the corporations will jump on the Christmas train this year instead of pushing DeGeneres Pride? I remember when I would refuse to pay $5 for a trade paperback. Yeah, and it's not just like, well, the paper's more expensive and the price went up. They were too much money at $3. When they went to $3, it was too much money for 20 pages of comic. That's all they are. The actual comic is about 40 pages, but about 16 pages are ads. 16. So about half the comic is ads, and you're paying $5 for it. You're paying for those ads. You're not reading the ads. Will they jump on the Christmas train this year? Probably. I mean, I think they're in a mode of wait and see. They pulled back, and now they want, because once you pull back, you could always go right back to what you were doing, right? You know, you could take off a year and then go, oh, okay, no, we support Pride, or whatever they were supporting. We got to see if it sticks, and it's going to have to stick for 4 years until these guys realize, oh, yeah, we're making more money this way, or, oh, yeah, we're not wasting a bunch of money this way. Oh, yeah, we now have competent workers because we're not doing DEI stuff anymore, and the company's running well. We're not constantly getting sued and, having people accuse us of harassing them. So, I don't know. Indie Phantom, watched The Surfer the other night, Tony. Oh, that's a Nick Cage movie. Slow burn, mostly existential weirdness, but Nick Cage was fantastic, and in pretty much every frame. Still enjoyed it. It looks interesting. It looks more like a streaming kind of situation for me, but yeah, I might watch it. It looks kind of like another movie where Nick Cage goes nuts. Something small happens and he won't let it go, and he spends the whole movie until finally, goes berserk at the end and kills a bunch of dudes. But yeah, comics are just too much money. There, I proved it. Mark Millar faces coordinated cancel campaign after former colorist and bleeding cool after appearing on conservative YouTube shows. So this is another cancellation. So they're still doing this stupid leftist nonsense in comics, because even though it's kind of gone out of the mainstream, where it trickled down into is the only place they still have power, right? So they don't have any power in certain quarters now, but in media, especially media nobody cares about, it's going to be very hard to get rid of these people. You're literally going to have to wait until Marvel goes out of business or DC goes out of business and they just fire everybody. Or they just completely shut down their comics division and hand it to somebody else to manage. Then you might get something. one of the things that might happen, and this would be odd to say, but it could. India does quite a bit of business doing comics. I used to work for an Indian company. That's when I did that trade paperback adaptation of Personal Reflections of Joan of Arc. They were doing tons of comics. I could totally see them, outsourcing the entire company to India and doing all the comics there. And they wouldn't do what the wokies did necessarily. They would probably just say, oh yeah, we'll just do the comics. We'll just do them like our American counterparts would do them. And they would probably still keep, American English writers writing them, but they would probably outsource all the artwork to, Indian artists who would work cheap, and you'd probably get a ton of AI augmented stuff with it. They probably would be better than the ones we have now. Certainly you could make more content with AI augmented art, because the problem with art, it's so expensive to have a comic and so long to have a comic book drawn. What you could do then is you'd hire an artist and pay him, but you'd be able to put more output because the computer could do things quicker. So in other words, you could tell the AI, yeah, I want to see this Batman I just drew, have him run across the top of this roof and jump down on this bad guy or whatever. And then the AI could do it in the style that he initially drew. And it would all look good. And it would still be the artist, and he would still get paid. He would just get paid less per page, let's say. Or he would get paid per comic book or something. A livable wage, but something that would be more manageable from a company standpoint, so you can make some damn money on these comics. So rather than getting paid hundreds of dollars a page, maybe you'd get paid a salary and be like an in-house artist that draws Batman or whatever. Indie Phantom, yeah, I streamed it. Okay. Ardent, Baron is getting gone after being a racist, quote unquote, too. He was on Razor Fist yesterday. I saw that. Yeah, he got called a racist a bunch of times. They can't get rid of him. He's got way too many projects. He's not in mainstream comics anymore, but he didn't need to be. He has Nexus, and Nexus is still very viable IP. I'm kind of surprised they never made a Nexus movie, quite frankly. Alex Ogle, the companies won't go out of business. They'll be crippled, but eventually, the wokest of goblins will leave to ruin something else. Then the name can be recovered. Maybe, but what Disney did in the old days with Donald Duck is they licensed the characters to Gemstone. And Gemstone did those comics for years. They did Scrooge McDuck, and I think they did a couple other ducks, but the Scrooge McDuck was like their biggest comic. It was hugely popular, especially in Europe. So, I think I'm out of iced tea. Might have to get a refill. So they might just outsource the whole thing, because they'll still make money. They'll reach a point where they'll need to make money. They still don't care about the money yet. But they're starting to care at Disney, I think. So if they outsource the entire thing to India, and it was super cheap to do, and the Indians just made the same amount of money, and then the sales actually started going up, they'd probably be pretty happy with that, because they wouldn't have to outlay any money for it. And they wouldn't have all these offices full of all these woke idiots doing stuff. And when they sent a memo down to the office in India and said, hey, we want to, I don't know, marry Superman and Lois Lane, they wouldn't balk at it. They'd just do it. But it still requires a guy, not necessarily Trumpian, but someone who would just be normal and say, okay, we're not going to do any of this woke crap anymore. Exclusive interview, Joshua Lysek on being the right's most well-known ghostwriter. I've never heard of him, but I'll take your word for it. All right, moving on. Hollywood Reporter. Tony Awards winners list. I don't care. Let's see. That is Broadway, by the way. I'm sure they're filleting George Clooney even as we speak. What sold Gerard Butler on reprising his role in the live-action How to Train Your Dragon? I'm going to guess money. The Last of Us co-creator Craig Mazin dissects that feared final moment of season 2. Oh, you mean when the show was on the air? Oh my God, that show. The train wreck you could see coming a mile away. Alex Ogle, AI isn't making anything better. It's simply lowering the barrier to entry. People who can use it well can create something utterly genius, but most of the output is slop turning people away. It still makes me smile that the easiest problem for AI to solve wasn't the menial labor task, but the language task of reporters and slop writers. I love to see journalists imperiled. As the saying goes, you don't hate journalists enough. Bunch of stuff. God, I don't care about any of this stuff. It's more on Ballerina, more on Seth Rogen. Oh, Animal Farm's coming out. I assume the communists win in this version of Hollywood's Animal Farm, but so they're starting to show clips of this. So enjoy that, I guess. Don't know why that came up. Deadline. What was supposed to be there? Wait a minute. Okay, we went from Fan to Pulse to Deadline. All right. Deadline, more Tony Awards. Call Her Daddies. Alex Cooper claims sexual harassment by college soccer coach. Shocking audience at premiere of new Hulu documentary. Wow, what timing. You mean you just happen to have a premiere of a new documentary and you just happen to announce that you were assaulted by someone? Weird that that happened at the same time. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Alex Ogle, the writers of the late Victorian and Edwardian ages warned us. Conan Doyle and Dorothy L. Sayers wrote excoriatingly about journalists. It's kind of a thankless gig, being a journalist. But, you know, most people, when it comes to writing, they just want the kudos. They don't want to actually do it. And I kind of don't blame people. I mean, I knew a few journalists in my time, and they didn't really like their jobs. They wanted to write books. And they did journalism because it was the only way to somehow get close to a book deal. And that's the only reason they did it. And then they would get, by the time they would get to their book deal, though, you know, their books would be kind of like they're writing in their, you know, newspaper or outlet or whatever. It would be sort of bland and boring because, you know, when you do something over and over again, it kind of rewrites the paths in your brain, and, you know, it makes you that person, the person who's a reporter and writes like a reporter. One of the reasons my work is so chaotic, if you read it, is because my life is kind of chaotic. I kind of don't know from month to month if I'm going to survive sometimes. Like this month, I'm a little tight. I'll probably be fine, but I'm a little worried. I'm juggling a few things and counting the money that's coming in, trying to do the math and worrying about the books I'm ordering. But I think I'm going to be fine. But that's what my life is like every week, every month. I'm sort of crunching the numbers, going, oh crap, am I going to make it this month or am I going to lose money? So, but if you're working at a newspaper and you got a regular paycheck, you don't necessarily have that worry. And then your work takes on a different tenor, I think. Like, I had a regular paycheck during the pandemic for a while, and I got lazy, and I got fat again. I started eating fast food again. Oh, it was so good, but I had to stop. And I really didn't get much done in my work because I got used to being, oh, I got money, I could buy things. Let me go buy something. Oh, I got money, let me go to a movie. Let me do this, let me do that. Now that I have to make money on the writing, I have to do cool creative things. Like, it sort of focused me, laser focused on it, which is why, like, for instance, a t-shirt store is so important. And I'm like working on it and trying to figure it out. Like, got to make this t-shirt thing work so I could start selling t-shirts and maybe make t-shirt money for a change. T-shirt money can be very good, by the way. Indie Phantom. That is a striking coincidence. Did she call him daddy? Curious. Harry Potter. Bertie Carvel to play Cornelius Fudge in HBO series. Okay, I don't know the characters enough to know if that's exciting or what. NCIS Hawaii? Hawaii? What? Why did they spell Hawaii like that? Alum Jason Antoon shares clip of canceled show's vacant studio lot. Oh, it's canceled. 3-season run. This had 3 seasons, huh? On CBS. The channel for old people, as I like to call it. So 3 seasons of NCIS. Is CBS just nothing but NCIS shows? NCIS Hawaii, NCIS California, NCIS Indiana. You might as well do all 50 states. I think as many people will continue to watch CBS if you do that. The Life of Chuck launches and the Phoenician scheme expands into crowded market specialty box office. Well, the Phoenician scheme seems to be doing well for its first week in 6 theaters was pretty good. Judge rejects Corporation for Public Broadcasting's motion to block Donald Trump from removing board members. Remove them all. Cancel all the money. That's something you could totally cut. Indie Phantom. They went from CSI to NCIS. Ardent. I have Paramount Plus for my mother's NCIS addiction. Storebang is here. I want to see that. I want to see PBS destroyed as well. Well, not destroyed, just defunded. I mean, if you want to fund it, if you think it's so important, liberals, fund it. I bet you won't. I bet you'll just let it die and won't care one whit when it goes. And then just blame everybody else. Bleeding Fool. Anne Rice's Talamasca is coming to AMC next. What the hell is that? It's another thing that takes place in New Orleans. Oh, it's Jason Schwartzman with long fingernails. I guess he's a vampire? Is that the deal? Never heard of that one. Mithrigan director's next doll-centric movie is Mattel's Monster High live-action film. Ah, Jesus. Didn't Disney do a whole Monster High series? Dear Lord. No. No, no, no. Indie Phantom. Jesus, we're getting back to Anne Rice now? Well, she had other books, I guess. Ardent. The Talamasca was Anne Rice's version of the Watchers from Highlander. Oh. So he's going to be a watcher with long fingernails. AI Dream or Nightmare. Hollywood exec wants to convert old films into anime. Oh, I don't think so. But maybe the weebs would like it. Kennedy Center cancels Pride Month for sold-out showings of The King of Kings. Ha! That's pretty funny. Jack Kirby tribute coming in the art of the Fantastic Four. Oh, I thought that said Jack Kirby tribute in the Fantastic Four movie for a second there. That's why I started reading it. Yeah, of course, in the art of the Fantastic Four, every issue is a tribute to Jack Kirby. Oh, this was news in comics. I know none of you care. Filbo Distribution steps in to support comics publishers amid Diamond's abrupt exit. So there is a distributor now for comics. Some of the obscure ones. The Wrap. Is there anything here worth talking about? More on the LA riots. Mia Farrow reflects on the relationship with kind Vivian Lee and Joan Crawford's strange vibe. Who the hell cares about Mia Farrow now? Jesus. This is why we hate journalists. Sit around going, you know who we haven't heard from in a long time? How about Mia Farrow? Oh, I love her. Let's talk to her. Why? Why would you talk to Mia Farrow now? Oh, she complains about Trump every day. I gotta follow her feed. SNL shares tops 10 most watched monologues from 2024-2025 season? So you're talking about the 10 most watched SNL monologues from a 2-year period, or 1 year probably. So what? That to me is a clear indicator. There's nothing competing with SNL. There's just nothing. It's the same thing it's always been. It's a late night slot nobody cares about. And the SNL just continues to dominate. Who cares about the monologues? All right, moving on to Cosmic Book News. Superman tickets on sale. Amazon Prime members get early screenings. Nah. I'll wait for some news. The Expanse. Osiris Reborn announced new sci-fi RPG game. Indiana Jones, The Order of the Giants DLC gets release date and teaser. Don't care, you ruined that IP. The Lost Bus, Matthew McConaughey, Ferrara, star in Apple's new Wildfire thriller. Okay. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 officially announced trailer, setting, and what's coming. More James politics and Superman. Viral campaign targets misinformation. I don't know. Again, I'll wait. I'll wait for some reviews. Invincible VS video game announced. Bloody 3v3 fighter drops in 2026. Bella Ramsey rumored for big Marvel role in X-Men. Rogue? Oh, God. No. Who could she be in X-Men? I don't know. I'm trying to think of the ugly X-Men. Oh, Wolfsbane. Because she'd be covered with hair and you couldn't see her face. That'd be a good role. What else? What else? Oh, but her giant head. That'd be a lot of fur to paste up there. Um, well, obviously, whoever she plays, she'll be very, very gay. Ardent, morph. Cover her face. Yeah, she'd always be somebody else. Alex Ogle, movie pitch. Title to be decided. Phoebe Waller-Bridge, computer de-aged, plays a struggling actor in Hollywood who has to deal with not being sexy enough to get the good roles and living in the vicinity of an expensive fashion shops that she can't afford. She spends the movie being oppressed and living in her roof apartment. The twist is that to comfort her oppressed status, her character name is Anne Frank. Her character's name is Anne Frank, MS about right for Hollywood these days. That's a very strange pitch. I thought you were going to say, no, see, the problem with Phoebe Waller-Bridge is she was one of these very lucky people. And you should be thanking your lucky stars if you're ever this lucky that Hollywood just said, oh, that. I like that. Give her a bunch of money. I like that. So she did this show called Fleabag, which got a lot of, critical acclaim. I've never seen it. And Kathleen Kennedy and everybody in Hollywood went cuckoo bananas and basically got into a bidding war over her. And she had the right agent and knew the right people. And next thing you know, she made $100 million developing projects that never came to fruition. So she's set for life for basically doing nothing. I mean, why would she care if she ever worked again? I mean, if you gave me that kind of money, that would be nuts. Oh man, I got so many things I'd do with that money. So that's the way it goes. They were the same way with Dwayne Johnson. God, they loved him. They kept putting him in movie after movie after movie. They had no business being in. He couldn't act. Not really. Now they're doing it with more wrestlers in hopes. In hopes one of them can act and make them money. And they're making them money. They're bringing their fan base. I mean, the whole thing has become an institution, the wrestlers, and then they move into movies as they get older. But now it's just like, it's like the SNL guys, it's the law of diminishing returns. At first, the SNL guys moved into movies and they were huge because they were all super famous and they were super talented and super funny. And then they did it again and again and again and again, and now who cares? Anybody seen a Chris Kattan movie lately? No one cares. So it's going to be the same way with the wrestlers. It'll be the same way with video games. God willing, it'll soon be that way with comics, and they'll just give it up. Alex Ogle, Waller-Bridge plays the Hollywood version of what is considered oppressed these days. To cement it with audiences, she has to be called Anne Frank. I get it. Yeah, why should she do anything, though, if you give her $100 million and tell her to develop stuff and she doesn't actually have to work? She doesn't actually have to deliver on any of it. I don't know. Alex Ogle, I'll accept Bella Ramsey substituting for Waller-Bridge. She could play, no, the ultimate, role would be Bella Ramsey is a young Phoebe Waller-Bridge fighting the patriarchy in Hollywood. And she directs her own biopic about herself and how she went from going to Fleabag to going to Hollywood and making all this money, even though she didn't really produce anything good, in my view. But as an X-Man, yeah, I can't think of any X-Men. She definitely shouldn't be Rogue. That would be an abomination. Kitty Pryde. I mean, Kitty Pryde's supposed to be cute, so that wouldn't work either. Yeah, I can't think of a good character. Ardent, she could play Baby Blob. She's not that fat. Just her face is weird. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do give her maybe one of the Runaways characters. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if they do give her Rogue, quite frankly. That Park Place, Muppet Vision 3D closing day sees fan passion and genuine love for Jim Henson as Disney shutters beloved attraction forever. And not only that, a group of fans came out and sang the Rainbow Connection. It was almost like a funeral for Muppet Vision. It's just unbelievable. They got this kind of fan reaction, and they're closing the place. But Disney knows better. Oh, yeah, their choices have been great lately, especially in the parks. You know, they're tearing down some of their classic rides to build Cars. You know, a movie that used to be popular. Alex Ogle, Ramsey's character has to trudge to work in a super expansive dress under the studio entrance, but as she's under it, she envisions the studio name changing to the famous Arbit Mach Free. Now you're getting deep. Now you're doing some deep bad guy from Germany references, I'll say. Indie Phantom. I saw Muppet Vision in 1999. Was hilarious. They did not push the Muppets in the park beyond one store that was near the attraction. Part of it may be the deal they signed. They may not make as much money with the Muppets for whatever reason. Maybe Jim Henson's estate had great lawyers and they just don't make that much money, and they would rather push characters and IPs that they own outright and make more on. But I don't think there's any reason to close a successful attraction. Seems pretty successful to me, but Disney has been committing financial suicide for a long time, and I really do think the CCP has its hooks deep in Disney with their employees, and I think there are employees in there doing everything they can to push stuff like this. Even as people are saying, oh, but there's a lot of people outside, they're very enthusiastic about the Muppets. No, they're all bigots and hateful, let's get rid of it. Or whatever they're saying. Ardent at Alex Ogle. Ein Deep Cut. Pedro Pascal says he loves being led by powerful women as Sue Storm takes the lead in Marvel's Fantastic Four. Well, that was called a while ago, and that'll definitely hurt the movie. The buzz on that is going to be deadly, I think. If Sue Storm spends the whole movie, I mean, it's already happened. You got Grace Randolph, who's normally up for pretty much shilling just about anything, in my opinion. She's like, why doesn't Reed Richards do something in this, basically? So when you got basically one of your shills, in my opinion, saying stuff like this, you're in trouble. That means if she notices it and complains about it, everybody's going to see it. Oh my God, the real fans are going to go ballistic if they bother to go see this thing. Now, I think a real fan of the Fantastic Four is probably going to avoid this like the plague already, but we'll see. Indie Phantom Clownfish said, Muppets are in the Rockin' Roller Coaster re-theme. They showed a promo with a horrible new Kermit voice. Oh, that's sad. Alex Ogle. I'm just seeing the worst in Hollywood. Inappropriately oppressed characters complaining about being oppressed to levels not seen in the 20th century cataclysm despite living in the rich U.S. Well, it gets even worse. They put out there's a new VR game coming for Deadpool, and Deadpool makes a joke about living under capitalism. It was really weird. It was like, the only way you can make that joke and make it land is if you're one of those people that you and your friends sit around sometimes and say, "Oh, we all know capitalism's doomed to fail, right?" "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." Like it was that kind of joke. And I was just like, "Whoa, that's a weird," and it was weird coming out of Deadpool. Right? Deadpool isn't going to go there. He's just not going to go there. But they think they're being naughty and irreverent by making this joke, and it just really betrays where their heads are at. Their heads are in the Marxist playbook, the Communist Manifesto, apparently. Indie Phantom, Grace was hilarious in that clip. She did not hold back. Alex Ogle, Waller-Bridge loves playing oppressed even though she's horribly entitled C-word. I liked how you spelled C-word in that. Yeah, I mean, but again, she's worth over $100 million now. Let's see how much she's worth. Place your bets. Ooh, this will be an interesting one. This will be a very interesting one, I think. Place your bets. Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I'm going to say 50 million at least. Even though she got 100 million. Yup. Nailed it. Because she's going to lose a lot of that to taxes, obviously. And she's relatively new to the game. And so, and even though she probably made a few million before that, she probably blew all that on the things she needs to have, a mansion and being in the scene. Because these guys need to be in LA. They have to be. They have to be part of the scene. They have to have the right manager and all that kind of stuff. They need a staff. So, yeah, 50 million sounds about right. What she's worth. $50 million. I'm oppressed. I'm very oppressed. Okay. Oh, no, wait. I was on this one. Sue Storm is the leader of the Fantastic Four, according to Marvel producer, as Vanessa Kirby mocks classic Invisible Woman comic portrayal. Okay. I'm out. I'm so out. You don't have to keep showing me articles. I'm just completely out of the Fantastic Four. I wouldn't go see it anyway. Not with Pedro not even shaving his mustache. So, Mikey Madison replaces Sydney Sweeney in A24's Mask of the Red Death adaptation. Uh-oh, bathwater may have done some damage. I remember the announcement of that. That'll be interesting. I like Mikey. She's said some kind of woke things so far, but she might be my new Sydney Sweeney. Maybe. I've seen a lot of her, though. After seeing Honora, holy cow, I've seen everything. She's very naked in that movie. All right. Breitbart. I got to get a drink. Hold on. I'm too verklempt. Oh, I'll be right back. Oh, sat down too long. Come on, you coming back or not? Oh no, I let Joan out of the room. Now she's gonna go pee somewhere. I couldn't help it. I had to get a drink. Sorry. All right. So Breitbart, shock videos, anti-ICE riots, agents assaulted, Trump sends in the guard, mass arrest, cats and dogs living together. Indie Phantom, Mikey has a great career in management thus far, avoiding Star Wars and now eating Sydney's lunch. She's talented too. I agree. She sticks to that. She's got to stay out of politics, though. And she's got to not sell her bathwater. Sydney's also picked some terrible movies. Like, Mikey picked Honora, and she's hot in it. and the movie celebrates her hotness. Sydney Sweeney's going to be a female boxer in the movie. She's not looking hot at all in it. I don't know why anybody wants to see it. She's in a couple other movies where she's kind of hot, but like, why isn't she in movies where, I don't know, she's in a bikini or something, where she's in hot outfits? Like, that should have been the first 10 movies of Sydney Sweeney. Just one hot outfit after the next. Newsom rages against deranged law and order. Council member urges more attacks. So, LA is falling apart. See, look at this guy. Okay, you love Mexico. Mexico isn't that far away. You can get there on that motorcycle. So, a Democrat Los Angeles City Council member, and by the way, this counts as Hollywood stuff. It's right there in LA, urged anti-law enforcement protesters to escalate their tactic against immigration and customs enforcement. That seems like treason to me. I mean, doesn't it? You're basically saying, oh, you should do more damage to the cops. I mean, that seems like, if that's not illegal, that seems like you've crossed the line there. If it's not illegal, it's definitely, in my view, grounds to oust a city councilman or a woman. I assume it's a woman. Let's see. Alex Ogle. Whoa, Joan, I've not heard a joke like that since Bernard Manning. Indie Phantom. Sweeney did the Marvels. Enough said. Who was she in the Marvels? I didn't see it, so I guess she was some alien. Indie Phantom. I love tacos, but I won't go to Mexico for them. The council member was identified as Eunices Hernandez, whose bio on the California government website said she was born in Highland Park and is a community organizer and a daughter of Mexican immigrants. So? Oh, yeah, look at this one. Hefty, hefty, hefty.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works and our...
Community defense? You mean communist defense? Indie Phantom. Sorry, meant Madam Web. Oh, okay. Madam Web. That's right. I forgot about that movie. As so should we all. Alex Ogle. Sweeney can be cast in a role fitting her latest venture. In The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and the middle managers are set off planet to help the civilization survive. One is always in the bath. Indie Phantom. Hard for me to tell the diff. So, Stephen Miller calls the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles an insurrection against the laws and sovereignty of the United States. So there's some footage here. Basically, what he's doing is he's taking a hammer to these cement bollards. I don't know if you saw this footage. And he's breaking them up so people have bricks to throw at ICE agents. Oh, wait, here's a better shot. No, went too far. See, look. He's just busting them up. Now, what? That guy needs to be arrested for vandalism, obviously. So... but it's a mess. Well, I'm sure we'll hear more tomorrow. I hope they round these people up and throw them all in jail. At least for the night. I'm sure a lot of these guys probably aren't citizens. Some of them might even be illegal immigrants. You catch them, deport you go. Los Angeles riots prove migrant invasion. Kamala silent, of course. Cory Booker, one of my senators. Indie Phantom, that obese woman has swallowed some Mexicans in balloons and smuggled them into the States, or so I've heard. Cory Booker, one of my senators, Trump is trying to incite violence at peaceful protest. Yeah, that looks super peaceful, that guy breaking up a bollard. I'm sure he was just doing it because it owed him money or something. Klobuchar, Trump hell-bent on inflaming the situation in Los Angeles. Does anybody believe this at this point? All right, let's go to the entertainment section. Miley Cyrus, who... she looks okay in that shot. A month is too short for Pride Month. It's a lifetime. We knew that move was coming. Once you got a month, we knew it was just a matter of time before you said, oh, we got to have it for a year. Let me see if they have a different picture of Miley, because that, I think that's pre-surgery. She got some surgery and she looks different. That's after the surgery there. But she's got her glasses on, so it's tough to see. Yeah, she looks a little odd now. Mean Girls star Renee Rapp slams Trump White House at World Pride Parade. They can F off. They can die. Oh, my God. Shouldn't say that. Indie Phantom. Kamala did make a statement blaming Trump. I'm not surprised. Trans actor Laverne Cox, F Trump from Cox. Disney's Tron Ares star Jared Leto, accused of sexual misconduct by 9 women. Actor denies claims. Now, he's getting Me Too'd. I would hold off judgment until more comes out. I mean, a lot of this stuff. What did I watch recently? Oh, I actually rewatched because I missed it somehow. I was waiting for Razor Fist to do a breakdown of Bill Cosby like he had done with Michael Jackson. And I missed it. And the other day I stumbled across it and watched it. And it's pretty interesting. Indie Phantom, yeah, Pride lasts forever in my province. They will wait until July to do the friggin' parade, and all the main sidewalks are rainbow colored. Yeah, it's the Lotus Eaters would say they would show pictures of a city, and we have all the pride flags all the way down the street, and they would say it looks like it's been conquered. And I've noticed that too here with a couple of towns. It's more like by town basis here. You know, you'll get a couple of or a handful of woke people, and they'll be like, oh, I'm going to put up a bunch of flags. Are you not going to put it up, you're a bigot? Kind of thing. And so there's a couple of towns in South Jersey that are like that. But for the most part, you know, a few businesses are hardcore into it. But that's about it. But there are some cities that they just, I mean, it's like they can't get enough of this stuff. It's like, who cares? You know, who cares? Like, the whole point of accepting people was to treat them like everybody else. And you treat everybody else pretty much like the strangers that they are. I don't really care about those people over there. I mean, you don't wish them ill, but you don't go out of your way to praise them just because their sexual tendencies. Who cares? The idea was to leave them alone and let them live their lives. But now everybody's got to be involved, constantly validating certain groups of people. It's like, no, we don't need to be involved in that. Just go live your life. Go have a nice life. You don't have to be involved in every aspect of everything. And I warned of this, God, years ago, that eventually the political capital will run out and people would turn against them. And now people have. So now there's no support, much lower support, and it's getting lower every day. And as that gets lower, the companies all bail, like, oh, we can't make any money on this. It's not popular now. The celebrities will eventually get the message. They'll all stop doing it. So, what did you do during your time when you were on top? Well, you spent a lot of time lecturing us about about using your damn pronouns or calling you certain things or doing certain things. It was never enough. Well, now that all that is gone, no one's going to care. Indie Phantom. Was Razor thinking Cosby is not guilty? Well, not exactly. What he outlines is that they went after Cosby and that a lot of the evidence was very suspect, that they railroaded him into prison, and that, you know, a lot of their case hinged on things that were very questionable, and that, you know, when you go back to the 70s, it was a different time. Drugs were kind of everywhere. And to, you know, point him out as the one guy that was passing out, let's say, Quaaludes, would be super inaccurate and disingenuous. So I don't know if he thinks he's completely innocent of everything, but I think he makes a strong case that there wasn't really enough of a case to bring forward, and he, you know, they probably should have left it alone. So it's a good video, though. Very interesting. Indie Phantom. Pride, one of the 7 deadly sins. Yep. Now you got a simp for the Rainbow Elite. Not anymore. Alex Ogle. Miley Cyrus, desperate for attention, and so will parrot whatever woke nonsense for headlines? Never. Indie Phantom. I basically don't care about any musicians that I can think of. Used to frequent concerts at one point in my life. Couldn't care less now. Spanish Fly doesn't work anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think that's partly as a factor as you get older. Like, I'm working on a new story for the Pineys where one of the characters is younger, and I'm actually trying to remember, like, certain bands and my concern for music when I was his age, because I want to kind of put that vibe out there that because there was a time in my life I remember where I'd only have certain music on, and I wanted certain music in the car, and I wanted to go to certain concerts, and my friends wanted to go to concerts and that kind of thing. So I was trying to remember that kind of stuff. Indie Phantom, LOL. The Maxine Waters pick and headline, bottom right. Waters, Trump is dishonorable, cruel human for deploying national guard. Is probably the rest of that. Yeah. She went into... Let's see. I'll play some of this.
Will end up being used. I don't know why. We have guns. What are those guns for? Are they to shoot protesters?
She said, well, why do they have guns? What are those guns for? Are they to shoot protesters? Now, you've probably seen the footage. I could probably show it to you. I think it was on that previous link. No. But there's footage of the Border Patrol guys driving through the city, and the protesters are throwing rocks and clumps of dirt at them, at their cars, like really hard. They're cracking their windshields. Like, they have every right to come out and tase everybody and maybe even open fire. I mean, they're throwing rocks at people driving cars that could kill them. Now, they're all armored up because they're ready for him this time, but Maxine Waters is talking like, I don't understand why any of this is happening. It's like there was a couple of people on the sidewalk, you know, they were just playing patty cake and painting each other's faces, and then suddenly these ICE people came and started beating them up and pointing guns at them and screaming at them and deporting them to Mexico. I don't know why this is happening. Yeah, it's a total mystery, Maxine, you crazy C-word. Indie Phantom. I was so into music heavy from 1984 to 1993 or so. LOL. she's the worst, man. But fortunately, I don't even think her constituents think she's, you know, I don't even think they want to listen to her. I think they just keep re-electing her because they're like, what are we going to do? Elect a Republican? Not on my watch. Either that or it's quite possible the California government's so deeply corrupt because it's completely run by Democrats that they just won't let any Republican win. Or they'll let only certain Republicans wins that they either control or they have a deal with, or they have blackmail on that they could just roll over at any time. Here's Kathy Griffin. Oh, wait till you see the shot of her. She looks horrific. Whew. She's looking worse and worse every day. So now we're in conspiracy territory. I do not think Trump won in a free and fair election. I believe there was tampering. Oh, now there's tampering, everybody. Hey, everybody. A washed-up comedian thinks there was tampering in the election. That sounds pretty insurrection-y to me. Maybe YouTube ought to look into this and think about whether or not they should platform her. Ridiculous. And Don Lemon. Who the hell listens to Don Lemon? Like, I have older relatives. They're still watching CNN, much to my chagrin. But they did not even think about following Don Lemon off of CNN to YouTube. Like, I just can't even imagine that happening. But they're old and they wouldn't do that anyway. Indie Phantom, damn, she's nasty. Lemon drop. LOL, what a lame fool Don Lemon is. Yeah, and he doesn't even need the money. He's another guy that's worth big bucks. Place your bets. I believe 130, I'll say. Oh, no, 20 million, that's all. Well, that's still a lot of money. That's still a lot of money. No, I can't find it now. I think I closed the link by mistake. Oh, well. No, that was the Miley Cyrus one. Oh, here it is. Okay. Hollywood producer Brian Grazer voted Trump, ending decade-long streak as a Democratic donor. Good for him. I mean, you know, it's not really doing your state that much good, unfortunately. My state's about to turn red, though. We're going to get Jack Citarelli, but who's almost... I mean, it could go either way. I think while Trump is in, he'll be okay. Once Trump leaves, though, I'm really worried he'll turn into Mitt Romney 2.0, but we'll see. Why Trump versus Musk won't help Hollywood and the Democrats? Well, it's pretty much over. So, Apple TV under fire for mocking Catholicism over show featuring John Hamm breaking into a church to snack on the Eucharist. Would he desecrate Muhammad? No, he wouldn't, because he wants to live. Indie Phantom, why is New Jersey so blue? Is it Union history? Why is it so blue? Well, it's kind of not. Here's the pattern we go through in New Jersey. We elect a Democratic governor, and then he's so insanely corrupt, he's either thrown out of office or, in the current case, leaves in mostly shame, and then the next guy wins is a Republican. But the Republicans here are pretty corrupt. So, like Chris Christie, now I don't know if Jack Citarelli's all that corrupt, but I suspect he is. I mean, I haven't heard anything. But Chris Christie had a long reputation as kind of being a almost like a mafioso type figure behind the scenes, like kind of a bully boy, and that's kind of the way he was as governor. He got himself in trouble over there was this whole thing about the George Washington Bridge and screwing over one of the mayors. I think he was in Fort Lee, because he was mad at him. So he blocked the traffic on the George Washington Bridge or something. I forget exactly how it went down. But then a lot of people had to fall on their sword to sort of make the scandal go away. But Christie tried to muscle the unions here, which was a kind of a positive, but it didn't go over too well. In the process of trying to muscle the unions, the guys here in one union drove the trash trucks and the plows, I think. And so this was in the wintertime. He tried to muscle the unions, and in the process, they refused to plow the roads. And then a few people died from heart attacks because they got into an ambulance, and then the ambulance couldn't get to the houses because the roads weren't plowed during that process. And he also did a bunch of other stupid things. So then he did so many stupid things, then the Democrats came roaring back. And that's the way it's been in New Jersey. So Christie only got elected after the previous Democratic governor got kicked out for a huge scandal where he was gay, and I think he was having an affair with this Israeli dude and his staff or something. It was a big scandal. So we elect Republicans, but we tend to elect bad ones. But it only happens after the Democrats wear out their welcome so thoroughly here. People go, all right, screw it. I don't care. I just want a Republican in. And then they put in a Republican, and then usually that Republican doesn't do well. Part of the reason the Republicans don't do well is when you're a Republican in a mostly blue state, you have to sort of finesse the legislature, which is also blue. But Jack Ciattarelli might have an opportunity, like Trump did in his first term, where he has at least one house, maybe, if that works out. So it might be a little different for him. He might get more stuff done, but we'll see. There's a lot of corruption here, like an insane amount. Indy Phantom. Okay, yeah, forget about Christie. We have Newark. We have Jersey City. We have Atlantic City. Atlantic City was, by the way, in DC Comics lore, the sister city of Gotham City. So it's sort of that kind of level of crime there. Literally every mayoral administration in Atlantic City from the time they founded it has been corrupt and been indicted on something. Literally every one. There's another case brewing as the election's going on right now. I think the last name of the mayor is Small or Smalls, and he's in a case where him and his wife may have assaulted someone in their house, a housekeeper or something, I forget. It's ridiculous. So we just have massive levels of corruption here. And, they're Democrats. So, like, Jeff Van Drew, who was a Democrat, switched over to Republican as a representative, but he was in a southern county district. And Jeff Van Drew will probably be reelected because down here, just like the South in America, it's mostly red, or at least purple. In North Jersey, where it's more densely populated, keep in mind that New Jersey is the most densely populated state next to Hawaii. And it's not densely populated where I am down south. It's all up north. It's super packed up there. So, like, North Jersey is the suburbs of New York. South Jersey is the suburbs of Philly. But New York is much bigger, so the suburbs up north are super tightly packed. And really, Jersey City is a massive city that's a suburb of New York because it's right across the river. And then there's Fort Lee is right next to it, and that's, I mean, they've got towering buildings of apartments. They got people packed in there like sardines everywhere up north. There was a lot of industry up there and a lot of pollution, but now all the industry's gone. I don't know if they're going to kick it back up again. It's really, New Jersey is just a place to live, and you commute over to the city where you work. Philly, being smaller, and some of the suburbs are still in Pennsylvania, but people cross the river here to go work there. But across the river from Philly, we have Camden, which technically is kind of a suburb of Philly, but it's really more of an eyesore and a city that has been consistently voted the worst in the nation. Camden is so corrupt that there was a mob boss named Ralph Natale, who was the first mob boss in history. He was the mob boss in Philly, to turn state's evidence against the mob. And when he flipped, he turned in the mayor of Camden, because the mayor of Camden, one of the things mob guys need is they need to explain that they have money, and they can't, so they need pay stubs. And so one of their scams is they'll get a company to give them pay stubs so they can report income and look like, oh, I have a job, even though they don't have a job. The mayor of Camden helped the mob get pay stubs, and he did it through Ralph Natale. So you got to figure when he cut that deal, he's like, oh, I'm talking to the mob boss. No way he'll roll on me. Alex Ogle. That famous state of New Jersey. Mafia, devils, all manner of scum and villainy. But no pineapple on pizza. It's almost as if nature is trying to tell you something. Yes, it's not natural. It's our one saving grace, our delicious, delicious pineapple-free pizza. We also have a lot of Italians here. And as an Italian, I can tell you, we all have our own little side businesses, so to speak. So there's always something going on. And, that's the way it goes here. The taxes are insanely high, but not as high as California yet. But we have one of the highest property taxes. Now I live down south where they're cheaper. So when you average it out, that just means, like, my friend pays an insane amount of taxes, and he's in the middle of the state. I mean, he just pays ridiculous taxes. I think he pays $15,000 a year just in property taxes. And mine's not even half that. It's a little less than half, I'll say. So it's crazy. And that all goes to, 90% of that goes to schools, and our schools are just, they're a waste of money. We have administrators, like, we're top heavy with administration in every school. If you go into any school, they have tons of administrators, and like the school, the teacher in the third grade doesn't have enough notebook paper to teach her class. Or she has books from like 20 years ago. Indie Phantom, New Jersey or New York City pizza? I want the truth. New Jersey all the way. Look, New York is super overrated. Now, if you go outside New York City, you get some pretty interesting cuisine. But New York City pizza, as a rule, is kind of overrated. It's super expensive, and God knows what bullets you'll be dodging to get it. But at least in New Jersey, you can get a good pizza in New Jersey almost anywhere. Except at Domino's or the Olive Garden. But I can throw a stick. I mean, there's a local guy near me who's a really nice guy, but his pizza is terrible. But most pizza down here is pretty damn good. You know, it's just every pizza place down here is like a little Italian restaurant. So it's not just pizza. Most places, like if you want chicken parmesan with a side of spaghetti and sauce, you could order it at most pizza places down here. And it's usually pretty good. Usually. I mean, a couple guys can screw that up, but you can get chicken parmesan, you can get just about anything. It kind of depends on the place. But there's so many places here. I mean, there's so many places that if you have one bad meal at an Italian place or pizza place around here, there will be one in the same radius that you could just go to next time. At least one. Probably 2 or 3. I mean, when I go to the GPS and look up pizza, I mean, the screen just lights up. Right? Like if it's just, say, like a, I don't know, 5-mile radius, I mean, there'd be so many places I wouldn't be able to count them all. Alex Ogle, sauce, you should be calling it gravy. Oh, God, don't start this again. Look, it's not meat sauce when it's on a pizza. It's got to have meat in it. Technically, to be gravy. And really, you're making the gravy out of the drippings. And when you make pizza sauce, the drippings are just adding the flavor. So it's a little different. So, let's not get into the gravy argument, please. But, yeah, the food here is pretty damn good. I would put it up against anywhere else, quite frankly. And we still have everything else, all the fast food joints you could possibly think of. We still have a lot of mom and pop places. Surprisingly, we lost so many during the pandemic. I think the total was something like 30% of the restaurants closed during the pandemic. It was crazy. Now, slowly they're starting to come back, but the franchises pushed in during that time. Because what some franchises do is they try to take over a spot that was, or get near a spot that's already doing a similar thing, and they just do it cheaper. So, you know, Indie Phantom, this discussion could easily derail my diet, although I did bring it up. Alex Ogle, all I know is that my Italian friends, actually from Italy, sputter there with disgust at North American Italian food, which I love because it's all ammunition to use against the Europeans. Brexit. Well, Italian food, like legitimate Italian food, depends on what part of Italy you're in. And a lot of it is seafood oriented, right? So, yeah, I mean, there is a lot of Americanization. I mean, Italian Americans is almost really a separate kind of Italian when you get right down to it. It really is. Because, yeah, you can go to Italy and it's just different. It's just different. It's the same difference with all the food, right, to America. Like the portions here are bigger, and you know, all the additives in the food make us all fatter. I mean, RFK is trying to get rid of some of that. You know, we got the problem with the bread, and probably got the same problem with the pasta, with the wheat, and how they bleach it, and all the wheat flour, and blah blah blah. But you know, it is really good in my view. It depends on where you go. Like, I go to Hamilton, which is one of the most Italian towns in New Jersey. I think it was the most Italian town up until a few years ago. We got beat out by one of the towns up north. And Like I can get I know a place that sells fresh cannolis. You can literally get a fresh cannoli. Indie Phantom. Scorsese did a short film called Italian American, which is a documentary on his parents made in the 70s. Great watch. Well, in Hamilton, we have the oldest Italian American festival in the United States. It was founded in 1875 by two of the locals. And in fact, they've got this giant, like, I don't know what you'd call it. It's a memorial to the founders of the Italian festival. And it was founded in 1875. And the only years they missed were during the damn pandemic. Which is a shame. But every year you can go and you can get amazing Italian food. But the town itself serves Italian food all the time. It's incredible. And the cannoli place during that time, during the Italian festival, makes blueberry cannolis because it happens in the summer in July. And let me tell you something, out of this world, made with fresh blueberries. Indie Phantom, just looked it up. 1974 film in 49 minutes. Mostly controversial. Oh, mostly conversational. His parents are both hilarious, by the way. Oh, that sounds cool. Oh, John Adams is here. I haven't seen you in a while, John. The U.S. rules on glyphosate use on crops versus many European countries is quite showing. Yeah, I think RFK is going to be doing something about that in the not too distant future. Alex Ogle, look, we all know the best pizza is muffled sounds of struggling. Tony, shut your whore mouth. Yeah, and the thing is here, John Adams, I lurk a lot. Well, you should talk more, John. You're a president, for God's sakes. I go to a bakery because all Italians here, we have a bakery we like because we have to get our bread, and it has to be good because we have a high bar for bread. I've never had a problem with the bread because I get like fresh baked stuff. Like I can't have like Wonder Bread. I can't eat it. Like, sometimes I'll be at a friend's house or I'll be eating at like an event or something and somebody will give me a sandwich and it'll be on some bread you bought in a supermarket and I'll eat it and literally go, oh God, I can't eat this bread. And it'll make me kind of sick. So I go to a Versus Bakery for my bread. I love it. And then there's another bakery my dad goes to, which I love, but it's a little far away from me in Hamilton. Oh my God, it's so crispy and delicious. And I don't know. They might use different flour or we're getting it fresh, because in a supermarket you got to figure they got to put a ton of preservatives in it so it'll stay fresh for the shelf for a while. So they don't do that with bakeries in general. Indie Phantom, yeah, I have to get real bread too. I go for Italian, German, or French mostly. I just like it crispy on the outside and soft in the middle. So you get a nice hoagie roll, you cut it, maybe you scoop out some of the soft stuff, but it's a little too doughy, or you don't want to eat a ton of it, and you have a little room for the fillings. And then you stack it up, put some lettuce, tomato, and onion on that with the deli meats and the cheese and the spices. Oh, I'm making myself hungry now. Speaking of hungry, oh my God, it's almost midnight. You got to start wrapping this up. I know, we got the food. Okay, what's coming up? Going to the Ventnor Library. And that's right next to Atlantic City, by the way. On Wednesday, I'm doing an event there. Friday, I'm doing Unexpected Farm. Unexpected at 5 again. We'll see how that goes. And then Saturday and Sunday, I'm doing a Ren Fair in Bridgeton, New Jersey at the Dragon Shops there. That's going to be interesting. I am going to do my talk. So that should be cool. Indie Phantom. Time for a midnight snack. Yeah. What did we learn today on the stream, though? Well, we learned that Kevin Smith, maybe shouldn't do Dogma 2, but we'll see. The box office seems meh. Comic books still terrible and expensive. And people don't care about comics. I could tell the moment I started talking about comics, there's like nobody's commenting in the stream, and I'm just like, I gotta stop talking about comics. What else did we learn? Lilo and Stitch remakes seems to be good for the studios. And there's a bunch of trans stuff. Oh yeah, and Los Angeles is burning again. Indie Phantom, we learn nudity is the way to go for rising female Hollywood talent. Yeah, and like the thing was, in the 70s, it was the coolest thing in the world to be naked because it was outrageous. It was like, oh, you're going to be naked in a movie? Yes, but it's for art. By the 80s, it was kind of more standardized. And it was just like, you got to be naked because nobody will see this thing unless your boobs are in it. Oh, okay. And then somehow, eventually, that twisted into, oh my God, nudity, that's terrible. Indie Phantom, we learned DC Comics are dead. They sound pretty dead. Alex Ogle, we learnt that we need a Sydney Sweeney substitute. I think so. You know, it was bound to happen. I vote for Livy Dunn. I hope she starts doing movies. She's looking good. Always looks good. I could see her doing movies. She seems, I mean, I've never seen her act, but she seems like she's got a little bit of charisma to her, a little bit of personality. Alex Ogle, Phoebe Waller-Bridge isn't going to cut it, especially in a bikini. No, I don't think I want to see that. She should just retire with her $50 million. Indie Phantom, I need a few more beers to find a PWB doable. Yeah. The thing is, she is like, I think, hardcore feminism. So, on the one hand, if you pass sort of her gatekeeping defenses, she might be an easy layup. But on the other hand, she sounds like she's more trouble than she's worth. Ardent, I still love talking about comics. It's just that there's very little good news and it's hard to debate in this format. That's true. Ardent, Indie Phantom, I'd switch to tequilas. Indie Phantom, something harder at Ardent. Harder than tequila? I guess you could drink gasoline. Don't drink gasoline. It's a joke. Yeah, and the whole National Guard thing, I hope it works. I hope Trump sends out the National Guard and just quells everything. But I hope there's some arrest. I mean, like real arrest. You know? I hope if they capture anybody who's an illegal alien, they send them back across the border. And anybody else, if they've done something like that guy smashing up the ballers, he really ought to get some jail time. I mean, he probably ought to get some therapy, but he definitely needs some jail time to rethink his life. Alex Ogle, Russian grain alcohol, 99% by volume. Jesus, that sounds deadly. I'm not a drinker, so I don't know much about that kind of stuff. Ardent, good tequila is worth trying, but there's a lot of bad tequila. It looks fun. I'll say that. Drinking looks fun. There's a lot of cachet to it. I watched the Try channel, despite their recent comment about Luigi Mangione, which kind of annoyed me. But they're really into the alcohol because they're all Irish, and they'll do a whiskey try every once in a while, and some of the bottles are really cool looking, and they come in a nice case and stuff. I like the aesthetic a lot, but just not for me. Ardent at Alex Ogle. Ron Rio Di Monero rum, 141 proof, will strip paint and your intestinal wall. Indie Phantom. I've had the worm with tequila. I rarely drink since my early 30s. Yeah, I got drunk maybe 2 or 3 times in my life, and that was about it for me. Never liked beer. Never got into it. And the one time I'll tell you one drunk story. Ardent, I have an occasional beer or drink these days, but I'm not much of a drinker, which really blows out the Newfoundlanders are all something stereotypes? AC stereotype? So I was up visiting my friend at his college. He had come to see me. I wanted to go visit him. And we went out to this bar. And I don't normally drink. So what did I order? I ordered an iced tea. Well, the bartender brought me a liquor iced tea. And everybody at the table knew. And I didn't. So I drank it. And I was like, oh, it's pretty good iced tea. Because they do taste like iced teas if they're mixed correctly. And I had a iced tea, at a Long Island iced tea about this high. And so we eventually left the bar. And I'm kind of a little fuzzy on it. But we went back to my friend's room or wherever we were staying. I don't remember. And we were making plans to go out. I said, oh, yeah, let's go out. And I laid down on the couch. And that was it. I was out for the rest of the night. And the next day, my friends, I woke up on the couch the next morning. I'm like, were we going out? and they were like, oh, man, you were funny. We were all set to go out. And then you passed out. And then we were like, okay, I guess we're done for tonight. So that was my one drunk story. Alex, at Ardent, given your newfie, I'll take some artistic license with that occasional. Ardent, Alces, alcoholic. Oh, alkies. Alkies stereotype. Ah. Interesting. Ardent, at Alex Ogle, caffeine and nicotine for me. I like my neurostimulants. Yay, caffeine. All right. I gotta wrap because I gotta make some more videos. Oh gosh, I only made one video tonight. Alex at Ardent, alkies is the British slang. The Scottish is jakies. Rab C. Nesbitt has the lingo. Indie Phantom, that's not the wildest drunk tale, Tony, but it's funny. Yeah, that's about as wild as I ever got on a drunk story. I just passed out and then nothing happened. At least I didn't wake up with my pants around my ankles or something. That would have been terrible. I do have a funnier drunk story, but it's not about me. It's about my friend. I find it pretty funny. He got drunk at a college mixer, right? It was one where you had to get in a suit and everything. Ardent, LOL, next week, best drunk stories? Sure. Maybe we'll do best drunk movies. So my friend was at this mixer and he had to wear a suit, and he went with this girl who he had just broken up with his girlfriend. So he ended up going with this girl who he wasn't really into. And he got hammered, super hammered. And Indie Phantom, later at all, will keep an eye out for the new vids, Tony. Thank you. Alex Ogle, one video, get to work, or there'll be extra toppings on your pizza. Okay, all right. Ardent, or a dick drawn on your face. Alex, don't finish the stream with that Herod and Miley Cyrus on screen. Okay, good idea. Oh, wait, that's her. How about that one? Ardent, later IP. John Adams, gotta be The Hangover. Indie Phantom, I have a couple of good drunk tales to save. Yes, a list of drunken movies would be a sweet accompaniment. Oh, yeah, that'll be fun. All right, we'll definitely do that next week. So, he gets drunk, and he was like a comedian guy like me at the time. Ardent, LOL, evil. So, he's dancing with the girl, and he's hammered, and he thought it would be funny to headbutt her, and he did. Alex Ogle, for Q, Tony. So he headbutted the girl. I don't have anything to put. There you go. Let's find a better picture of her. That's better. That's better. Ardent, I'd prefer PWB to Maxine Waters. So he headbutts her. Now, prior to that, he had gotten so drunk, he had handed the bartender his car keys, because that was a thing to keep you from driving drunk, or something like that. Anyhow, he goes back. He decides to leave because he's made a big scene. He headbutted his date, and she's mad. So now he wants to, end the evening, and I guess she left or whatever. So he goes to the bartender. He says, "Give me my keys back." And the bartender thinks he's driving. It turns out he wasn't, because we were at a college up top this hill, and you could take buses down the hill to get back to town just about any time. So he was really taking the bus, because it was a very short ride to his place. So, but the bartender won't give him his keys back. So he decides, okay, and he goes outside and takes off his shoes and decides to run home. He's drunk. So he takes off his shoes, holds his shoes, and runs down the hill to where he lives. And he doesn't live that far. It's maybe like a mile or two. Ardent, I'd prefer PWB to Maxine Waters. Oh, I read that one. Indie Phantom, Arthur and Wake in Fright. Very different drunken flicks. So he runs all the way down to his house in his bare feet. And he gets to the door. And he tries to get in. But the bartender wouldn't give him his keys. So he locked the door. He couldn't get in. So he decides, well, the only way I'm going to get into my place is by breaking a window. So he backs up away from the door, takes his shoe, and he throws it through a second-story window. Then he goes up to the door and he tries to get in, and he can't get in. So he backs up with his other shoe and he throws it through a different window on the second floor. And he can't get in. So he staggers to his neighbor's house and tries the door, and it's open, and he walked in and he passed out on his couch. And his next morning, and it turned out his neighbor, fortunately, was another college student. So the next morning, his neighbor woke up and found him in his clothes with no shoes, passed out on his couch. And he was like, "John, why the F are you in here?" And he didn't remember any of the previous night. So he had to put it together the night before by asking people and apologizing profusely for all the things he had done. And the reason I know that is because he turned it into a stand-up bit. And when we all did stand-up at one point for open mic night, he told that story on stage, and I was in tears. So I just find that very amusing. Throwing the shoes through the second-story window killed me. Just absolutely killed me, because he kept trying the knob like, isn't this working? Anyhow, that's my drunken story. So next week, drunk flicks. Drunk flicks. All right, I'll be coming back from the Ren Fair, so hopefully I'll be on time. Yeah, I should be. It's about an hour. Yeah, I'll get back in time. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, we'll see you next week. Good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow. Oops. The wrong button. Good night, John Adams.